morning, good evening, and good afternoon. And welcome back everybody to day 2 of Rimworld. Where last time we started with a single colonist, naked brutality, having nothing. We built up a little bit of things, and then we lost a lot again. However, our little colony is not defeated yet. But we have a long way to go to get anywhere. Currently our friend Blas here, who is, well, has some of the worst traits really, with depressive and slow learner. He is hiding in the room because he had a mental breakdown, and Hera here, well, she is currently being harped on by a low psychic drone for female characters. She's also working in an ugly environment, so I'm actually gonna just tell her to prioritize cleaning things. That way, hopefully the environment is not gonna seem quite as ugly anymore that she has to work in. Here, clean this stuff too, please. Yeah, we tried to, well, save one of the colonists that was a bit out there, but I did not bring enough food, and so we did not have enough time to make the trip home. It seemed like such a short trip from where we were to saving him, but I did not have enough food. And speaking of food, well, we probably have to load up on that sometime soon, because pemmican reserves are going to run out sometime. Then again, we do still have our simple meals, and with no refrigeration we don't have any way to make it not spoil too quickly. So I guess simple meals so far are fine. I'm actually going to reduce the amount that we're cooking every time to like 3 up to 6, I suppose. Actually, no, that's gonna be up to 5, because they are gonna cook 4 at a time when we have 1 or less. Alrighty, take care and enjoy your dinner, Melvinius. Alrighty, aside from that, we have managed to research complex furniture, so we have made advances in that, so we can actually have proper beds without having to invest a lot of leather for that. Next, we are going to research complex clothing, which hopefully will help us in the long run as well. And yeah, she's just gonna grab some more food, and then she's going to continue getting the wood sculpture completed. I might want to have Hera here do some mining too sometime. I mainly have Blas assigned to it because he does have a passion for it, if I'm not mistaken. And he is actually decently okay, despite being a slow learner. But yeah, him being a slow learner makes it so he is not particularly proficient at these things at all. In fact, I think because he's such a slow learner, there's actually little reason for me to have him do the plant stuff. Despite him having a passion for it, he's actually still going to learn it slower than Hera in this case. So I'm gonna have Hera be the main one responsible for food, both cooking as well as growing these plants, so to speak. Which means she's also going to go ahead and cut down these trees. We will need more wood sometime soon. Otherwise we won't be able to keep up anything, really. Let's see. So yeah, he has a depressive trait. Oh, welcome back. He finally recovered. He has a depressive trait which really does not help him. Okay, we can expand this zone here a little bit. I'm actually not gonna dig quite as far into the mountain, I don't think. I was just digging this out here in order to expand the fridge. Or well, it's not a fridge yet. We don't have a way to freeze stuff yet. Also something I've been thinking of, we may want to try and come up with some form of defense But one of the problems we are actually facing is that the mud here, um, we can't actually build on top of the mud, so I will have to try and build around it, I guess. But there's not really a way to build around the mud, since it's basically all around here. I kind of hoped I would be able to build over here, but I don't think that quite works. Let's actually see real quick. Oh no, I can. So what I can do is actually I can make a pretty big like area over here. Just kind of encase it down to this place. And then we have like, I guess, the muddy open area over here where we can try and snipe incoming attackers. Something of that equivalent. We can't quite encase our crops here. They are on rich soil in this place, but we could just start planting up here instead, considering that this is basically the only place where we can even build walls, since we literally can't build on soil. Hey, Ricadactylus, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. And Blood, thank you. Thank you so much for 44 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to you as well, Metal Bear, and welcome to anybody who may have joined us. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, we are digging out this part here. The idea is that I want to build a common room, more or less central. So we're gonna go ahead and I think dig this out too. And I guess while we don't have a guest, we can dig out these parts here with metal as well. The idea is to have a separate kitchen, because the cleaner your kitchen is, I think the less chance for food poisoning. But I will definitely want to make sure that we are having a nice looking kitchen, I suppose. And while the metal walls do not have any beauty penalty, curious enough, they however, well, we could use the metal for other purposes instead, so to speak. So I would like to mine them out, and then probably just put up a regular wall instead. So we want to smooth these surfaces. Smoothing the surfaces basically makes them look nicer, and subsequently our colonists will not have as big of a problem just kind of being around here if it doesn't look as terrible. Those are also granite chunks. What we can do with granite chunks is we can have one of our colonists start chiseling them into actually useful pieces for construction. And that's actually something I plan on doing. The bot's not on. Oh, let me get that real quick. Yeah, I started the chat bot, but I forgot to hit the connect button. Thank you. Alright, we have a slave trader from Salvashistan. I don't like slavers, but maybe we're desperate enough to try and buy somebody, even if they are not terribly good. Because we are sorely lacking somebody who can do reasonable research, medical, and plant work, as well as cooking. Actually, we are lacking basically everything, aren't we? We have artists and shooting, so she is actually covering these bases. You are good at mining, so mining, arting, and shooting we don't need, but we need somebody for cooking, we need somebody for research. And also, it would be nice to have somebody for social things. Hopefully you can buy a good person their freedom, that would be nice. Alrighty, Hera. Please trade with these guys. We don't have much money. We have 544 silvers thanks to mining our silver, which actually might not be a good idea, because the higher our wealth is, the stronger the rates and attacks are going to be. Let's see, we have Maralbo, an orphan, human female. We cannot afford either of these right now anyways. We can sell the beer, we don't need the beer. Oh dear. We would need more money for this. Theoretically, we can try and make more money. Let's see, what is your stuff, my friend? He would like to do crafting and mining. He's too smart for her own good. Oh, she is too smart. She learns everything much faster than everyone, but can be quite eccentric. So too smart is actually, well, kind of nice. The mental break threshold plus is not that great, but oh well. Decent crafting, decent character overall actually. Let's see, Anteater. You would be a constructor, no intellectual. You would have actually a lot of passions for cooking and construction as well. But he's a nudist, which I suppose in our area is not entirely a death sentence right away, but he would have to stay inside pretty much the entire winter area, which that's not great. He does have great memory, which is really nice, but gourmand makes him eat more, and he's also really picky about eating, so I don't think we can provide for that. So if anything, we would want to try and get her, but we do not have enough money for doing that. We need some form of trade goods, I guess. And I suppose what we could do is we could, like, deconstruct the sculptures. Hey, if you're standing inside, you're not going to get as wet. We could... Actually, I don't need to fill that in. We could actually sell our sculptures to some other trader. Not these ones in particular, I do not think they will buy sculptures, but that might be our best trade good. Oh well, either way, let's build... I mean, we don't need perfectly square walls, we can just do this. This is fine. More place for storage capacity, I think, is quite fine. Increase the stockpile zone here a little bit. And where are you going? Hauling wood. Oh! Oh, that's right, we need more wood, huh? Hello. And we want to mine this part out too. In fact, how can we build? Okay, we cannot build here because there's the graves here. We could relocate the graves. Or we can just kind of build around them, I suppose. So build here, mine these ones out. Then we can reinstall this trap slightly further north. Okay, please prioritize doing that with the spike track afterwards. I would appreciate that. So right now our dining room looks pretty terrible, according to them, because, well, we are kind of mining it out. Actually, we don't need to do this. Then again, this is probably going to be a bedroom of somebody once we are done with these things. Alright, we wanna deconstruct this door here and build it a bit further outside. So the problem about wooden doors is that they're not terribly sturdy. So I probably should actually build these doors out of metal instead. That way they are a little bit more sturdy than they otherwise would be. I'm mainly mining out the steel here so we can use it for construction or maybe even sculptures. I don't think steel sculptures are too appealing, I don't think. Oh wow, and chat is moving faster again than I'm capable of keeping up properly. Okay, I'm going to expand the dumping stockpile zone here a little bit, so I can tell them to go and haul these to the appropriate place, so it's not gonna have as bad of a mood penalty for when they are around here. Okay. Building out our kitchen again. And speaking of which... Gift from Southwest done. 145 silver. Aw. It's like they heard me. That they couldn't afford it, so they just gave me some silver for free. That's kind of nice of them. And I think we're gonna do this here. Don't need a corner. Corners are not necessary in this game. They're optional. Some people think they look nicer, which I think is fair. But it's just more efficient with our limited resources to not fill in the corners. The first DLC of Oxygen Not Included is coming. It will make it possible to have several colonies on different meteors. Right, I think I've read about that. Right now I'm actually quite enjoying the simplicity of this game overall. I say simplicity, there's a lot of depth, but on a baseline the game is actually pretty simple. Alrighty, wooden collaborator, we are actually pretty fine taking you out. Ooh, what's that? That's an anima tree. Whoa. Build radius warning. What's that? A rare tree with warm skin, smooth bark, and long iridescent leaves, infused with bioluminescent microorganisms, anima trees develop a unique form of psychic symbiosis with surrounding life forms, allowing them to grow in a wide variety of biomes. If a person, psychos or not, meditates near an anima tree, it will grow an anima grass around its base. Once enough grass is grown, it becomes possible to carry out a psychic linking ritual with the tree and upgrade a person's psychic powers. Only tribal peoples know the secret of this ritual. Tribal psychoses are also able to draw psyfocus from anima trees while meditating to them. Anima trees' psychic properties are weakened if artificial structures are placed nearby. They refuse to be caged or studied and must remain part of nature. Most tribes believe that anima trees are simply trees, but are not simply trees, but are rather a physical extremities of a single spirit. Wow. I had no idea that was there. Alright, are you immediately attacking? No, you're preparing, aren't you? Let's see. You would be really crazy good at social, actually. Don't really have much anything. He cannot do caring, which actually we already have a character. He also is incapable of dumb labor. Honestly, while we could use somebody who is good at social things... Blas has gotten food poisoning from pemmican, caused dirty cooking area. Yeah, we are working on that. Either way, Bible could use somebody who is good at social stuff. I don't think. Yeah, you go and grab some food. I don't think this is gonna be a priority. Okay, are you done eating soon? Alright, here we go. I'm a bit late on this. Ooh, missed. Uh-oh. I'm a dummy. Oh, don't knock down Hera. That's really rude. Okay. Oh dear. You're going to rest and you need to take care of Hera. Oh, I did not play that well at all. Let's see, did you get any scars? I hope not. No, just some bruises. I did not play that well at all. And you, my friend, thinking a compacted steel? You pretty much have to help Hera here get back on her feet sooner rather than later. Already tending to Hera. Actually, you guys do not get that medicine for these kinds of injuries. I don't think they are bad enough. Hey, what did I just say? Yeah, herbal medicine I think is fine. This is gonna speed up the healing process. Yeah, there is friendly fire in this game. That it actually can be a pretty solid problem, to say the least. Alrighty. Once you are being tended for by somebody who has basically no medical experience, you actually are allowed to not have to worry about bed rest as much. Yeah, we need to clean this cooking area here though. We also wanna all these slates over there. Construction botch. So, well, she normally does not actually botch any construction since she is actually high enough level there. Because she is currently hurt, her, well, manipulation is severely reduced, so I probably should not have her construct things yet. But at the same time, we're gonna get stuff done, I guess. Are the graves from the first core list? You could leave them and make a memorial or something like that. These two graves are just random raiders. Also, you can see Hera only carrying 5 wood at a time, because she is hurting enough that she can't carry much more than that at a time. It's actually less than ideal, to say the least. Alright. Find a brick risk, probably for Hera, because you're in quite a bit of pain here. But yeah, you'll do fine overall. So I'll need to make sure we get rid of this guy. So if we had some way of like burning corpses, that would be kind of convenient, but well, we do not. We can actually bury stuff in the sand, so we'll just do that instead. Alright, I would like for you to... You consume chocolate. Chocolate gives them a little bit of recreation here. Eventually. Oh, you have food poisoning, that's why. I would like for you to work on the grave, and then bury this guy so he's not gonna just lay around in our doorway the entire time. But yeah, he has food poisoning right now. It's gonna eventually go away. He has a frostbite scar. When did that happen? Did he already have that? Did I just never really notice? He also has a cochlear implant, which means his hearing is less than it could be, but at the same time, at least, it's not 0. I'm actually not sure what hearing really influences, to be completely honest. Please prioritize burying this guy and afterwards cleaning the blood. But yeah, he's moving even slower than Hera, who is quite hurt. And, well, please clean your vomit. Alrighty, mind a break risk for Hera still, because you're really hurt. That makes sense. We need to hold the steel into the area. Steel actually does not deteriorate, so we could just like store it outside if we run out of space in here. So that would be an option. Hera's also resting now, so that's good. Yeah, we can relocate these ones if we really need space. It's just a bit unpleasant having to dig up some of the people. But it's definitely a thing we can do. Okay, cut down this tree. Cut down this tree. Also, I think the... yeah, potatoes are grown at this point. Do you have construction higher? Construction is at 1, yeah. I'm gonna have you do construction secondary after growing things. And a break risk still, yeah. However, I think her health is already better. Pain is only medium rather than severe now, so that is getting better. Botched harvest really doesn't help in this regard though. Slaver again. Well, maybe we want to go and dig on some silver. I think there was more silver over here. There was actually gold over here. I thought there was more silver we could potentially dig at in order to maybe be able to buy somebody from the slavers. There's some silver ore. Oh yeah, that was the meteorite that landed at some point. Graveyard or not? This is Graveyard Keeper. Yeah. How are you doing with your needs? Recreation a bit down, but let's have you mine here for a short while. The game is also going to tell me we're not going to get as good of a price because Hera is currently wounded and her consciousness is going to be less. Oops. Alrighty. Okay, we have a sculptor. We already have artists. But he would also be pretty solid intellectual. But abrasive is a... Wow, that's really not good. He cannot do crafting, which I suppose is fine. Cannot do cooking, I guess we have somebody else. We're at dumb labor. He cannot do hauling and cleaning. That is almost a no-go for me, unless we are really desperate, which we might be. Abrasive is a very unpleasant trait. Ironworld is nice because it, well, decreases the mental break threshold, which we may need. And somebody who's greedy, well... We already have somebody who's greedy. We can deal with them, but we'd rather not. Really cheap, though. Oh dear. Hey, we can sell the Yayo. We don't really need that stuff anyways. Okay, and here we have Slick, the geologist. Another artist, good at mining. Pyromaniac is not the most pleasant, but we can probably deal with it. Jogger is actually really nice. That increased movement speed is pretty good. But not really offers anything that we need at this point. Aside from, well, somebody else who can do a little bit of medical, I guess. Lucy is pretty good at medical. Jogger, which is really nice. We already have a transhumanist, so it doesn't make much of a difference. Cannot do researching. Well, we are looking for somebody to research, but if one person can't research, it's not that big of a deal. And he would actually enjoy cooking quite a bit. So we could actually split that up too. Also somebody who's really into medical stuff. Would be nice. And Macius, who really likes animals, is incapable of violence, but a masochist. That's interesting. And volatile. Oof. Definitely Lucy would be the most interesting one, but I do not think we get enough money. Yes. Even if we were to sell everything. I'd rather actually go ahead and buy the medicine right now. Yeah, I don't think we can really afford anybody right now. So, I think that's gonna be that for now. Not the greatest, but oh well. Probably a good idea too. Oh, wait. If you're down here, just hold that stuff too. That's so silly when cactus don't do that. You are right there, why don't you just bring it with you? And a break risk for Blas, of course. Gonna take a while until we don't have to worry about that anymore. I like the music, it's really nice. Okay, I think we wanna clean stuff here. That's gonna be my priority in this area anyways. And then we make this our common room, which is gonna be a little bit larger, a little bit nicer overall. Gonna let him relax socially. We could also do... Didn't you have... Yeah, you have actually a passion for construction. So one thing we can do is we can smooth the floor here. And what that does for us is... it makes the area look nicer overall. And also it levels up our construction skill. Also, by the way, we have marshy soil right here, which is, I think... Yeah, it doesn't look too great. Isn't it the worst though? But what we probably will want to do is we want to build a bridge over these tiles, just kind of structure over it. That way they also don't get the movement penalty and they are not gonna make the floor as dirty as usual. What are those rocks with the arrows for? Basically the arrows indicate that I told them to haul these chunks of rocks. Hauling means that they are gonna bring them over to the stockpile, which is designated for rocks over here. Which means they are going to just get them out of the way. That's my main idea right now. So I'm actually going to deconstruct this torch. I'm going to reinstall the table here. Reinstall the chairs over there. Reinstall the Game of Ur right here. Build a new torch in the common room because they like it when it's a bit more lit up. Reinstall this little statue in the common room. Big caravan is leaving. Goodbye. Yeah, we did not have enough silver. Blas has gotten food poisoning from pemmican, dirty cooking area. Yeah, that's probably still the same batch, isn't it? We're not gonna get rid of that anytime soon. Actually. Hera. How high is your... Yeah, I probably should prioritize cooking here at this point. I'm going to just wait until we knock down the tree. And consuming pemmican. I think she would be doing the crafting instead of cooking. Hauling the steel. I mean, I guess hauling is pretty good too, but we need somebody who does the cooking soon. So I'm going to assign you to cook. And Blas, I would like for you to do, instead of researching right now, you're gonna do cleaning and hauling as top priorities, because we need somebody who does these two things in order to rearrange our areas. Minor break risk. So, the reason why this is just popping up right now is you may have seen the little heart. Rebuffed by Hera. He is trying to make some advances because, well, I guess they don't really have anybody else to talk to, I suppose. But, well, Hera does not seem to be in one mind, even though she actually tried it the other way around a while ago. Oh, a quest. A new quest has become available. It is called Provisional Workers. Prime Councillor Erika Balsas of South Vashistan needs extra hands to help set up settlements. She's asking to lend her one colonist for 13 days. We can get a colonist as one of the rewards. What can you do, my friend? He is decent at intellectual, really likes crafting. Undergrounder and sanguine. This is basically the opposite of depressive. Wow, that guy is Really good. He also likes plants. And he would definitely be a researcher for a while. And he has pretty solid medical skill. Honestly, what's your health looking? I think we want to accept this. Major break risk. You know, we can't just send Blas over to do that. Hera will have to do basically here everything by herself, but it also means that she only has to cook half as much. Let's actually do that. That sounds like a good idea right now. Except for I'll start joining. So we will have a shuttle probably arrive soon. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Or do I need to... Wait, did I read that properly? Do we need to send... Oh yeah, she will send the shuttle to pick up the colonist. The main downside is that Hera is gonna be alone without being able to do any caring again. And basically, if she gets the plague, we are in trouble. Alright. Get in, shuttle. After puking all over the rice. Ew. Oh, he joins immediately? Ha! I did not even realize that. Welcome to you, my friend. Alright, Alistair has joined. If anybody has a suggestion for a nickname, feel free to let me know. We will want to give him a weapon sooner rather than later, so we're gonna give him, I think, the normal short bow afterwards. And he's immediately going to go and do stuff. Let's see. Alistair really likes doing crafting, so we actually will have him at a 2 on crafting. He likes tailoring and smithing because that's basically both crafting as well. He also likes doing plant cutting, he likes doing research. The research we will have him at the appropriate amount too. Pigskin tribal wear. Oh! I guess nobody previously could do the crafting properly. Or actually this might go on to tailoring. Because nobody was assigned tailoring before. So nobody actually made the thing. Right. So what do we want to do with you overall? I think we need you to be cooking, because we need a good cook. We also need... so basically he should be a cook and a planter, but he also really likes doing crafting things. Oh boy. Oh dear. We need him to do everything. He's the first really capable... person to do stuff here. Actually, can you do cleaning first, please? He's the first person who is actually really good in a while. Alright, Hera can do construction. So I think I will want to prioritize Hera having that instead. But we need him to do the cooking. I think we're gonna immediately go and give him the thing for cooking, for growing, and for plant cutting. The other things I'm gonna just have him do at a lower priority. Huge researching. No, you're not gonna research, my friend. You need to do the planting and cooking. Honestly, right now, the cooking is gonna be more important, so I'm just gonna briefly put it onto a higher priority. Because we can botch harvests by not cutting the things properly, but why are you not cooking? Need material. Cannot make pemmican? Oh, we don't have any meat. That explains why Hera is not doing the thing either. To be fair, we have simple meals right now. I guess this is fine. We'll just have Hera do all the crafting and construction right now for a while. She's not the best at it, but she can make it work. And you have claimed your bed here. Which I believe this was the... Sure, why not? Why not? We need more wood too. Again. We have a little bit left for the lamps, but we still will need more. Let's go and cut some more trees, shall we? And while we are out there, we might as well build a bridge over here, so they are going to be a little bit faster overall. So now that we only have one meal left, I think he's going to immediately go and cook. Yeah, because that's his higher priority. It makes sense. We probably would like to have the fridge closer to the cooking area too, so we will want to likely like repurpose the cooking area for being down here-ish, or maybe even up here. Something along that lines. That way they don't have to walk quite as far. Alrighty, and there's medicine out there. Wow. After your sleep, Hera, please hold the medicine. I bought that earlier and I kind of forgot to pick it up. And it's actually deteriorating pretty quick because this is the marshy soil right here. So that's less than ideal. Alrighty, we're actually looking a little bit up compared to what it was before anyways. I probably should have unequipped the bow, which was, I think, of good quality from our other colonist before doing this one. You know, it's kind of weird that they're relaxing socially near the fires. Please clean the dirt while you're in here too, might as well. And then, actually, I'm gonna just tell you to deliver. So I guess you cannot build these? Why not? Not assigned constructing. You're not assigned constructing at all, I guess. Right. Oop, don't drop, no. So how good are you at construction? Not particularly good, but I would really like to get rid of this little patch of things over here. Just so they don't drag the dirt all over the place all the time. And Hera, I think we want to go on a hunt with you to get some food. So let's see, what is a good animal to hunt? Probably this one. Elk has a 2% base chance of attacking. That's fine. We're also about to be done cutting the trees. We want to hold the wood in before it deteriorates too much. Makes sense. But yeah, for anybody who may not know, Hera's equipment is a legendary great bow, which we got from a quest. And we also had the chance for a masterwork pistol in the same quest as one of the rewards, but I felt like a legendary great bow just sounds too good to not get instead. So that's kind of what I went with. So, as long as I haven't disabled the butchering... Also, don't need to make a kibble. Absolutely no reason to make kibble right now. We will also actually want to smooth the floor here. Alternatively, we could make wooden floor instead of smoothing it. But it would bring Hera's construction skill up further, I think, if we have her do the smoothing instead. It's just gonna take a long time. But then again, I'm not sure what else she should do. She's doing the occasional hunt, I suppose. What's the hole in my storage area? This one? Oh, this is a steam geyser. The steam geyser emits heat in waves, and initially I was actually kind of using it in order to keep the area warm during the colder times, basically keeping this door open and this one would be heated up a bit. And we can also later use it as a power source for electricity, although, well, that's gonna take a while, I suppose. Okay, what are you doing? You're going for a walk. Please haul some wood afterwards. Because I really would like to get that wood over there. You know what we can do with pemmican? We can actually drop it on the floor after he creates it. That's gonna work out decently fine for that, I think. Also, we will want to make another bed here. That reminds me. We want to make a bed here. But they're gonna just potentially move through this door here in order to get to the stockpile zone. Which is actually kind of less than ideal. But we also want to make an end table and a dresser. These actually increase the comfort rating of the bed quite a bit, which actually means I should have done this for this room here as well quite a while ago. And Hera already has it, it's just kind of the other two who didn't have it until now. Hera was going to be basically a construction person for the time being, construction plus hunting. Alrighty, and Alistar is going to be our cook and researcher. And also only capable medical person right now anyways. And he's just cloud watching right now. I see. Fair enough. That was a really nice quest to, well, effectively give us Alistar. We don't have somebody who is doing the mining as a priority right now. He would have a minor passion for mining, but he's not good at it right now, so we'll probably just have our slowpoke buddy do the mining, which I guess he has done so far anyways. So, kind of keeping him at it. Why are you doing the cooking right now? Oh yeah, because I probably had you as a higher priority for it. You're just going to do the growing, but you're not going to do the plant cutting as a high of a priority. In fact, I'm just going to take you off cooking entirely for now. Oh, you did not have to stop cooking though. Wow. Okay. I just would like for Hera to start doing the construction business here. We have quite a few things queued up and this is gonna take a while until it's gonna be done. We also likely will want to actually do... Oh, our plants are starting to die because of the cold, so we do not need to have them sow them anymore. In fact, I'm just gonna remove these zones in the first place. It's unlikely they will grow enough to harvest anyways. Maybe that one potato plant. But what I will want to do, I will want to make a wooden floor here. That way, Alistair walking back in and out of his room is not going to make it dirty all the time. They might survive winter. Okay. Yeah, right now your hauling is a higher priority, isn't it? That's fair. I think hauling should be a high priority for now. But crafting, or well, constructing, is also decent important. Complex clothing. We finally can make actually proper clothing for our people. And I think next thing I'm going to immediately go to electricity. I would like to be able to have heaters as well as coolers for our rooms. It's going to take a long time because it requires a lot of research points to complete. But I think Alistair here is actually going to be up for the task. With intellect already at 8, he learns at 100%. He is not a slow learner, which really, really hurts our speed of, well, stuff anyways. Here it's just hauling the things to everywhere rather than actually constructing it, so I'm actually going to reduce the importance of hauling, take her off of research, and you can do cleaning with a decently high priority afterwards, if you have no things to construct anymore. I hope that bear doesn't get hungry. In fact, it might just be reasonable to try and hunt it. But at the same time, we have a bunch of pemming. Actually, we could use the meat in order to make simple meals. Right now we don't have enough materials for making simple meals. So here, please clean up this area. Yeah, let's actually hunt this. This might be a bad idea. I have to definitely make sure she doesn't get into too much trouble. Let's see. It has a 10% chance to retaliate whenever we shoot it once. Front left leg, alrighty, so it's already a bit slower. We had a very, very close call. Nice. It definitely not look like it hit. But I guess the legendary great bow is legendary, it just turns the arrow around in the last moment. Okay. Polar bear hunted, so it does not hunt us, which is a problem as we figured out. Alrighty. Alistair's going to do this. Also, actually, I need to tell you that you're allowed to do anything during this time. So the idea is that I allot him time to sleep during the night, so his sleep schedule doesn't get messed up, so since they really don't like being in the darkness all the time. But then again, I guess I have torches, so it would not be that big of a deal, now that I think about it. So in fact, just do anything, anytime. We're fine with that for now. Also, aren't you... Transhumanist, greedy kind... You're an undergrounder anyways, you don't mind the darkness, so you don't have to even sleep during daytime at all. Huh. Also, maybe that's a bit more meat than I can necessarily use anyways. Oh well. This is fine. It's also starting to snow. Snow means that it's gonna be more difficult to walk across certain areas because of the snow, but also it actually gets rid of a lot of the dirty areas thanks to it. So I guess that's kind of nice. You're smoothing the floor now. Alright. And this will actually give her more experience in the construction skill. Learns at 100%. There's only so much they can learn per day for 100% rate anyways. So afterwards I would like for you to... not butcher. I would like for you to prioritize cleaning so we don't have a dirty cooking area. Having a dirty cooking area is one of the main reasons as to why you can get food poisonings. Yeah, let's not have that happen. Also, our research is progressing so much faster than it did before, despite this being 3200. We will want to probably also make a hand tailor bench. Let's just create that in here, I guess. It's actually nice that she prioritizes things that are immediately, well, useful. So with the hand tailor bench, what we can do is we can make a toque. In fact, we can make 2. And Alistair should prioritize that because I think he should have tailoring higher. Yeah, actually I'm gonna just tell him to do tailoring at highest priority, I think. Basically, if I want something made for like equipment, clothing, shirts, etc., then that's gonna be the higher priority. Alrighty, we need a new button-down shirt for you. How about your equipment? You could also use a new t-shirt. So we're just gonna make 2 button-down shirts. Actually, here's something I'm not entirely sure what most of these things are for. I know a parka is for like colder climates. I'm not sure what button-down shirts do exactly. Floor is just for beauty, no dirt protection. Okay, fair enough. Then again, this doesn't hurt having Hera do these things. Build complete, making toques, and our cactus are more or less going to immediately put these things on. They are not of greatest quality. We have a poor quality toque and another poor quality, but they do help us. Caribou has self-tamed. We do not have enough pemmican to feed you or anything like that right now, so I feel like we will just have to get rid of you again. I'm sorry. So we'll just do that. Free meat, I suppose. I always feel bad though, because like, oh, it wants to be with us. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Button-down shirts require slightly more material to make and provide slightly more bonuses. I see. Good to know, thank you. So we have 2 button-down shirts. Who's actually responsible for slaughtering? Oh, nobody is really assigned for animal handling, are you? Oh, no, wait. You're not assigned handling at all. Okay, we're gonna assign you handling at the lowest priority. Sorry, buddy. And please, don't consume it, no. Clean up the floor. Okay. And now finally I have no more bad clothing, I think. Let's see. Your equipment, you currently have a Oxford t-shirt. You could equip the button-down shirt instead. Oh, that's the old one. Where's the other one? Oh, there it is. So this would be a newer one. Okay. Wear this one, please. I assume anyways this is going to remove the t-shirt. It does. Okay. So I'm going to go into assign and remove the forced equipment pieces to wear. I'm not entirely sure how the prioritization works for when they want to wear something over the other things. Also, our storage space is going to get cold enough soon that our meat should no longer spoil, I think. Because it's indoors getting -1 degree, so that means stuff is going to be frozen. Very nice. It's gonna stay fresh. I do not think we need this crafting spot any longer, now that we can actually make proper clothing via the wooden hand tailor bench. Nice. And we're actually getting somewhere. We can uninstall this for now. We have this as kind of a medical slash prisoner room, I suppose. Not great, but oh well. Hey look, a rabbit. Just playing around in the shallow water. I wonder, is this... No, this is not flowing water. There's the concept of being able to... Ooh, there's more gold. There's the concept of being able to... make water power. I had a river in my previous area. Okay, how are you doing with health? The caribou fought back when he decided to eat it. Oh well, at least he has still food over there, so he's not going to come after us anytime soon. Alrighty. You're learning your construction skill quite nicely. And I think, let's see, how can we assign this? I want her to basically do art after construction. Which is actually pretty much exactly what she's doing right here, or assigned to do. That way she's going to work on this stuff. Compensated attack. Quest. A freeholder of the Refugee Empire is making a request of you. Tribespeople from the Cantoba Covenant have been harassing his caravans in the area. So basically, we get attacked by an archer. And... Alright, one tribe, basically one archer we need to take out, which means he has actually... well, ranged attacks. Also, we could accept it for royal favor and or goodwill for the Empire. We may want to accept it for goodwill for now because, well, we stripped the colonists that they had at some point and they did not like that. Since when can you see the tier on your sub badge? Well, actually, I think that's relatively recent. I didn't change it at anything at all. It automatically happens, actually. Honestly, I think we can take out one archer without too much trouble. So, sure. We could also accept it for royal favor. But if anybody, we would want to accept an Alistair. He is definitely the most pleasant, but his social skill is pretty bad. Honestly, I think we can easily take it, so we just take it for the goodwill. They're gonna arrive in 3 days, so we should be fine on that end. So I will have Alistair briefly go on to cleaning duty. That way he is going to do that and make the base a little bit nicer overall. And the main reasoning is because this is going to just look a lot nicer when they are just literally in any part of our base. That's kind of literally my entire reasoning for that. They currently have to go through the storage room in order to get over here. Maybe I will want to make a little bypass here sometime. But we can do that once we get our mining person back from the quest. But yeah, cleaning this plot here, and I don't know whether it really matters to have the storage area clean or not, in terms of not getting food poisoning either. Not sure. A mad caribou. Well, this is probably mad that we slaughtered its compatriot. Alright, Hera. We're gonna just try and take it out before it steps onto our traps. Wow, one shot, one kill. That's actually pretty impressive. He's just cleaning dirt over here. Sure, why not? I guess that is part of the home zone because this is our stockpile over there. Also, him cooking is a higher priority than cleaning, I suppose. That makes sense. Let's see, how do they think of each other? They do have a pretty good relationship so far, that's good to know. And he's just cleaning everything right now. Basically, the more dirty or unsightly the area is, the more of a debuff they have when being in said areas, for that matter. And basically stockpiles are very unpleasant to the eye as well, so that doesn't exactly help them in that respect, but at the same time, not that big of a deal either. Cleaning dirt down there. Or why not? Okay, so he basically did all the cleaning, so I'm going to have him back at cleaning as a third priority instead. Okay, basically him joining is one of the best things that could happen to us. He is good at well, he really likes crafting, he's not good at it yet actually. He might also become our main craftsman, if we want to make anything really. We have a bunch of leather we could make parkas out of and such, so I'm actually probably just going to have them make one more toque and like 3 parkas. The main idea behind this is that if they end up also new pants, I suppose. If they end up needing to replace their equipment pieces, they will be able to just go to the storage and equip it, and alternatively we can also sell it for potentially a bunch of profit, because constructed goods are usually a little bit better overall. So I guess we are out of wood again, aren't we? Yeah. So let's go and cut down some trees over here. Because it is getting colder and colder and colder, and I do think we'll want to actually leave this door open when you move through it. That way it's gonna get warmer in here. I also want to actually remove one of the doors here, I suppose. Or one of the areas here, so we can make a door is what I mean. I suppose there's another door down there, but this is more efficient. In the end anyways. So this is where it would be nice to have electricity already, because the heaters are going to help us keep the area warm without making it too hot, which is one of the problems campfires actually have. In fact, I'm not even going to worry about that. I'm going to mainly worry about it being warm enough for the research to be quick enough. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Because they will get a minor debuff for sleeping in the cold, but I do not think this is particularly bad overall. Okay, you have cabin fever, which means she is actually feels trapped inside and would like to go outside sometimes. I'm actually going to go ahead and assign you to cut the plants at a higher priority, I guess. Where's your construction? Yeah, this way you're going to go ahead and cut down the trees. Well, after sleeping, I suppose. Snip, snip. So, to my knowledge, the cactus automatically exchange equipment when they have, like, worse quality equipment compared to what is available in the storage. I didn't realize a vest would be worn over everything else. Interesting. Maybe I should unequip this one, because the psychic sensitivity is different. A granite meteor has landed. Well, if we need more granite, there's a meteor right there. I actually don't know how close to our base they can land, or whether they can even land on the colonist's head. I haven't seen that yet. Unlikely it will ever happen, even if it can. So, alrighty, Hera no longer has cabin fever, but she is still transhumanist frustrated. We will not be able to take care of that in a reasonable degree, unless we want to, like, install a jaw. So what we can do with our colonist here is we go to the Health tab, Operations, and add Bill. Adding a bill, for anybody who may not be natively English, basically is the concept of add a task to what needs to be done to something, which took me a long time to kind of get the idea of what it means. Either way, what we could technically do is we can install a denture jaw. What that does for us is it installs a denture. What's the point of that? Basically, it requires 2 medicine to put new teeth in. I do not know what the point of this really is. Like, there might be where your teeth might be rotten and as a result you cannot eat properly or quickly anymore. Either way, this is actually an option for our transhumanist person to be happier, because she would have basically replaced parts, and that actually makes her a little bit more happy. But for now, we don't have that much of a trouble with we don't have that much trouble with her being well, in a particularly bad mood, basically. So, I will need you to take care of that raider. He does have a bow and arrow, but we know it's an archer. And he has a short bow equipped, which is of poor quality. So we shouldn't be too bad around that. I've had Hera eat a meal because I'm gonna send her out to get this guy, because apparently if you go and attack this guy, he's not automatically going to attack back, which is interesting, to say the least. And with our legendary bow, we probably have a much better shot at him than he does at us. We could also try and use the environment to our advantage. Alright. We have a significantly larger range than he does. I think anyways. That's just gonna keep moving Hera back further and further. So we were out of range of his attacks. And he does not even notice us anymore. Ah, it was probably nothing. Reminds me of that Fallout speedrun where you run around as a kid outside because of out-of-bounds shenanigans. He's going to bleed out soon, isn't he? Oh, he is straight up dead. Alright. Bring the short bow back and just leave the body there, because the animals will probably like the food. Nice, and that is actually completing our contract for Alistair to join us. That was the raid that was announced basically to us. Which is why I knew it was an archer. And he's visiting the graves. It's part of recreation, I guess. Okay, Alistair, I would like you to prioritize hauling the wood. Well, let's just cut down his tree, otherwise we're gonna take forever to get past this thing every time. Okay, we have wood again, which means they can refuel the torches and the stove for that matter. Also, what we can do at this point, I think since we have complex furniture, we can make an armchair out of various types of skin. Those are significantly more comfortable in order to just sit in while they are doing tasks like researching, where they sit basically in one spot for a long time. Yeah, we could do that instead. But do we have somebody who's good at craft or construction? I keep forgetting. You are actually pretty good at construction. Alright, so I'm gonna have you just build an armchair. Let's see, how much do we have? We have enough plain leather. Yeah, actually, only plain leather is what we have enough of it. But this is still going to be significantly more comfy. Gonna build it here and then just repurpose this one to be over here. Hera's almost done with smoothing all the surfaces, so this area here is looking a lot nicer than it did before, to say the least. A few spots of dirt, but this is something that people with, well, the capability to clean will need to take care of. Actually, hang on. Please prioritize making the torch, because during light you have a better chance of it being a good quality chair. Also in the warmth, I suppose. Parkas are complete. Alrighty, it's of good quality. Very nice. So we can reinstall this here, and whoever's going to be researching will have a more pleasant time during that. Oh well, let's see. Rebuffed by Hera. Alistair is really trying hard. Also, he just exchanged his own pants. Nice. Okay, we actually have proper clothing. We have somebody who can actually do researching at a reasonable speed. Somebody also can do cooking at a reasonable speed, to say the least. And yeah, he is really trying way too hard. I think we will have Hera probably do some mining. Yeah, she's terrible at it though, so this is gonna take forever. No, we're just gonna have her do crafting for this instead. Which means we're also going to build her a nice chair while doing the crafting. That way it's gonna be a bit more pleasant to sit there and do the crafting too. Wow. Very good, please. Let's see. As long as I guess they are not too cold overall, let's see. We should be able to see what their minimum comfortable temperature is. Wow. Minus 41.8 is minimum comfortable temperature for you, and for you it is minus 44, so basically that's kind of the threshold we need to keep in mind for when they can possibly get frostbite. They're not gonna be happy while resting in their area with this, but it's gonna be fine. Also, I just realized something. Toggle visibility of terrain affordance. Ah. Gives me a better indication where I can build stuff. So red is basically I cannot really build anything on it because there's marshy soil. And the orange stuff is where it's like only basic things on it. Alright. But what I actually was looking for, is there a way to see overhead mountain roofs? I think this is all overhead mountain. Yeah. This corner here actually is overhead mountain. We probably want to patch that up. So the reason why that's important, whether it's overhead mountain or not, is because... Am I using any quality of life mods? No, I'm not. Either way, the reason why it's important that there is overhead mountain is because there is the possibility of infestations. Infestation is the concept of like little ants, creatures type thingies to basically just crawl out of the floor and attack you. And they are really dangerous. So basically, as long as we're not on the overhead mountain, we should be fine on that end. But yeah, I'm not using any quality of life mods at all. You're going to just mine this out, please? Okay, this could take a while. Alrighty, afterwards I think we will want to dig out some more, or get some more other things, maybe start making a bunch of blocks. Because I think it's time that we start encasing our base in a defensive wall, where we basically leave like a tunnel open for raiders to try and attack. We can actually build our wall up here to this place, and that's just kind of the entire thing here. But usually you will want to build your wall out of a non-flammable material, so they can't just light it on fire. And that's kind of what I will be looking to do. So what's my best material? We have limestone over here. I do not think this is flammable. What? I don't think that's how it works, Shiva. Also, Alistair, please refuel this and refuel this. Nobody is assigned hauling it as a high enough priority that they would be hauling to refuel lamps. It's kind of silly. So we have a lot of granite chunks. I think we want to probably make a stonecutter's table somewhere in order to start cutting those granite chunks to pieces. I think that's going to be what I will be doing in order to make a wall. We need 5 granite per wall piece. I'm actually not sure we will be able to build granite walls over here. We'll figure it out, I guess. There's more granite chunks. There's plenty of granite, so we don't really need to worry about that. We can make that out of it. So let's see. Bio. Yeah, you would be the one to want to do the crafting for granite. But you're also my researcher, so I would prefer not to. Actually. Catch 22. Yeah, we don't actually have a stone cutting researched. We cannot even do that yet. Alright. But I do think I want to get electricity going. Major break risk. Hi, welcome back. What's up with you? Why do you have immediately major break risk? He is hungry, rebuffed by Hera. That's a while ago. Minor pain. But he immediately goes to equip the Tuke. Alrighty, and kind of as I expected, he really likes the new environment here. Okay, welcome to you. This is your bedroom here, my friend. Colonist returned, indeed. He is hungry, and I think afterwards he's gonna be fine. Basically, he's depressive, which means he has a permanent -12 mood effect. Alistair is the literal opposite, a permanent +12 mood effect, thanks to being sanguine. Also, we need more food, Alistair. So yeah, we will have him doing the mining. Probably just mine out the entire metal here. And build regular walls. I think inside it's usually fine to use wooden walls for the most part. Actually, I'm going to carve out this spot more or less entirely here. We can section this off to make like a stone cutter thing. Then again, no, actually, a stone cutter thing is gonna be over there. That's an oof mood debuff, yeah. Blas is not the happiest colonist overall, to say the least. But we'll make it work. He is the reason why we're basically not dead yet. Well, at least I like to think so, because he can actually care so medically for other characters, which is kind of a big deal for us right now. What are you doing? You're just going to Alistair's room to relax socially. I mean, sure, it's a little bit creepy though. Minor break risk for Blas again. Yeah, actually, I think we wanna warm up your room at the very least. That's probably a good idea, so... That way you're not gonna sleep in the cold. In fact, I'm just gonna have you make your own campfire real quick, so you're not gonna be too cold overall. Oh! Oh, opening that door is gonna... okay. I'm just gonna have you build a wall in here anyways. I thought that was clever way of not having to build a wall here, but it's probably a better idea. And I also want to... actually probably just section off the kitchen to keep it smaller. A smaller kitchen is probably overall a fine idea. Hey Hera, please do this real quick. We're gonna make a door here. Do this, and then we just use this the rest over here as a storage area. The smaller the kitchen is, the easier it is to keep clean. Basically is my logic here. Don't need that door anyways. Also, we probably will want to give Blas a nice impressive sleeping room. So the statue here we will most likely just install in his bed once it is done. In his bed, sure. Not in his bedroom. Let's see. Slept in the heat. Disturbed sleep. Oh. I guess the bedroom is not really that big of a deal to him. Okay, let me see real quick. Your crafting is... questionable at best. It's really just the mining that he is particularly good at compared to any other character here. Alistair is just strictly better for doing the research. But I might have him do the crafting for making stone cuts anyways. Doing the hauling now, that's probably one of the better things for him to do. Let's actually have him clean as well. Because I'm really not sure what I will want to do with you, my friend. Mining, cleaning and hauling is going to be his main occupation, I suppose. The wooden grand sculpture, 800 beauty, that's a lot. It's also pretty large for that matter. We're gonna install it here because... you know what? No, we're gonna actually install it in the recreation room, which everybody likes to be in anyways. Hera is cleaning. I guess I haven't really told you to do anything else. Alright, let's actually see. Hera, what's your crafting? Your crafting is even worse than Blas's. Whee! That statue a giant cat tree? Maybe? A huge sculpture sized to dominate a room. Viscera. This work depicts a star surrounded by lines. The image is bordered by 3 circles. Sure. Might be a perspective thing. Okay, get that thing out of there. And we're gonna build a small stone cutter room here. It's not the best place, I don't think. Oh, meditation thrones. Drape. What's a drape? A decorative sheet hanging from a vertical wooden frame, appropriate for royal rooms. I see. Either way, we want to... Oh yeah, we can't make a stone cutters thing yet. Right. In this case, I will probably just have Blah start cutting out the areas here. As long as we don't mine under overhead mountain, we're gonna be fine. Alright. Mine out these things, don't mine out this one. And mine out these here too. Hera has nothing to do either at this point. I'm gonna have Hera do some more wood cutting so we get some more wood. Before I try to make another sculpture and statue. Oh, she has so little to do that she is even going to start the mining as well. Please prioritize this one. That way we can already start rebuilding the wall. Very modern art, indeed. Also, I would think... Might have break risk. It's always Blas because he's just not a happy person. He's just not a happy person, that poor guy. Cantobe Covenant. Looks like they want to use sappers to tunnel around your defenses. What defenses? Let's see, we have... Oh, 3 attackers. All melee weapons still, so I think we're gonna be fine. Also... So what sappers normally do is they just try to go like straight through the walls here and such in order to attack us. They're gonna dig up trees. Rude. Okay, we need to be a little bit careful around these guys though. To say the least. I will immediately draft Hera and get her out, I think. You need food? Alright. You'll just have to do without food. Wait, I think we have to go. Termite, Megamu, and Blarks. Just gonna have Hera meet them outside. I think avoiding defenses largely means probably traps, but I'm really not sure about that. I think it definitely means turrets, but I don't have any turrets right now. Oof. Your hit rate is not great. Alright, hit the termite pretty well there. Hit this guy too. Oh no, you stopped shooting. I clicked too early. This guy appears to be a fair bit faster. Not sure why he's stopping. Oh wow, you just one-shot that poor guy. I think Terminate is going to be the one that is going to try and dig into things. I will have Alistair repair the wooden wall right there. So this one is trying to go through the wall. Oh no! Why did... Oh no! Run away! The wall got broke. Okay. Whew. Okay, you need batteries, my friend. How are you doing? That was a really heavy hit. A bruise is cut in the stub by the Iqua. you probably will want to self-care as well. And Hera, you want to rebuild the wall. Oof. Often these enemies actually decide to run away when you defeat more than half of them, but I guess that's not necessarily a thing anymore. Transport pod crash. Cascos is from the Refugee Empire. That's really close. So we want to try and save you. I'm not sure we have a proper room for you right now. Okay, Blas, I did not want to wake you up because... well... you're just not happy. But you're the only one who can currently really rescue somebody. So we're gonna make this a medical bet. And rescue this guy. I don't even know what you do. Would be melee, a little bit intellectual. Overall, actually, pretty terrible little pawn. Still wanna save him. Honestly, did you... you did not... hang on. You need to tend to yourself, my friend. What are you doing? You're just eating. You can't do any caring. Slitherworld medicine? Actually, just use regular medicine. Slitherworld we need to keep for stuff like plagues and such. You tend to yourself. Yeah, you're harvesting cypress trees. I guess we're not gonna deconstruct these until we build the wall out here. Hera MVP. Hera's really good at shooting. On top of that, she has a crazy good bow. So... that really helps. Okay, Blas, consuming meal. Okay, did anybody care to him? You... no! Go and tend to him! Seriously! Don't just leave him there with bleeding! Alrighty. You're cutting, or... okay, you're at least no longer bleeding, that's good. Severe pain though. You hate that you're watching this and getting cold, dumb brain. Aw. Interesting brain. Hey Hera, I'm gonna... no. You're just gonna clean afterwards anyways, aren't you? Minor break risk on Blas, because you're always unhappy. But that's just something we'll have to live with at this point. We'll also want to build a bunch of graves. So, what I actually did in my previous colony is I just had a lot of graves, and you know how you have those wind turbines? When you have wind turbines, they can get blocked by trees, and trees can just randomly grow in places. I just had them over graves because the graves don't block wind turbines, and that way I didn't have to constantly remove trees anymore, or even put any floors there, and it even was practical. So that's what I ended up doing. Hera, why are you cutting plants before constructing? Oh yeah, that's because of the prioritization. Alistair is sleeping refugee day 1. Oh! Oh. Right, it is the medical bed after all. It's a double medical bed, I guess. Alistair, please. Just go to your own bed. We don't have enough simple meals anymore. Alright, now we can deconstruct this wall. And the sarcophagus. Are you hungry? Oh, you're already burying them, that's good, thank you. You're not that hungry yet, so we can still have them do other stuff for now. I'll just one-shot all these poor guys. And their weapons are not even particularly valuable. Okay, alrighty, either way. I will want to eventually make a stonecutter area over here, I think. But oh well. So I would like for you to clean the blood that he got. So this is basically part of the reason why we need better defenses, or better, like, overall just defensive things, I guess. Torturer. Wait, he's a torturer. He's no longer capable of walking. He cannot do caring, social, or firefighting. He's a pyromaniac and psychopath. Yeah, Alright, he's no longer incapable of walking. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna uninstall the bed here. And I'm gonna let you prioritize doing this. That way he will just go. He's going slowly, but he's going. Basically, he's not gonna join us anyways, so we might as well have him leave sometime soon. He is moving super slowly though. I probably should have let him rest a little bit longer. Because he's not necessarily a useful pawn anyways. Pawn, by the way, is like... I don't know where the expression comes from, but I only know it from chess, I suppose. Deconstructing all these things. And yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep this as a medical area for now. And reinstall this here as we need it. Wait, where did you bring it? I suppose we can just have a single bedroll here. You know what? Actually, no. We're just going to make actual beds instead. I think that makes more sense. We can have actual beds in here. Make a wooden end table too, and a dresser. That way it's also higher comfort rating in case we have prisoners. They are gonna feel more comfortable too in the long run. Yeah, do you need food? You need recreation, but there's not really a whole lot you can do about that right now. Pawn comes from that old term for foot soldier, I see. Alrighty. Yeah, you're gonna heal up soon enough. That's good. Okay. The relations with the refugee empire have changed and improved. Why is there a squirrel in our storage? I'm sorry, squirrel, but we really can't have you just eat all our food. It was probably in here eating food while there was no wall here. Oh. Quest available. One indebted prisoner. Agatha Customers, a countess of the refugee empire, has been caught in bed with the wrong person. She imprisoned the inappropriate lover in a show of rejection. Now she wants you to keep the prisoner caged until the scandal blows over. Okay. We can keep him in prison for 21 days. That's a long time to feed somebody for. Let me tell you. But we could also have Sienna join. What can you do? You're good with plants. You're really good with plants. In fact, that would be perfect. You have chemical interest, unfortunately, which is not great. Steadfast is nice, less mental break chance. Fast walker, just moving fast is really nice. And chemical interest. Well, as long as we don't have chemicals, it would be fine, I guess. But we would need 2 more bedrooms in order to accommodate for them. Or well, 1 more bedroom, I suppose, on top of the prisoner. So... yeah, this is Overhead Mountain, actually. Find this out. and also mine this out in the meantime. Make this room a little bit larger, I suppose. We don't have any way. Well, we have wooden walls. The other option, I suppose, would be steel walls. I'm gonna leave these here. Alright, if we build another room for somebody, where would it be? Steel wall hype? I mean, I guess we have a lot of steel. To be fair. So it would not be unreasonable to do that. Okay, I think we just wanna build it like around here. Something like that. And have the door go in here. That is going to be our room for the next person. We will want to make the entire shenanigans of that plus... hang on. That... plus wooden end table plus wooden dresser. There's no reason for Cactus to be able to reach the rest of their room, is there? Like, this entire end here of the room is completely pointless for them to reach, isn't it? See, this is overhead mountain. All of this is overhead mountain, so we want to lock this up again. Play like the madman, challenge no pausing. I'm not that good yet. That's gonna take a while. With the surfaces. Actually, mind this out. Move these surfaces. Or we could have this be the prisoner room, I suppose. Not gonna be in, like, acceptable temperature, I suppose. Yeah, this is the prisoner room. This is gonna be a regular room. For somebody. I don't know whether they're gonna join immediately. Gonna be a question, I suppose. Yeah, we're gonna have prisoners here. What's the acceptable temperature for a prisoner room, I wonder? Okay, aside from that, I'm going to make some wooden floors, I suppose. How much else I can do? 21? Okay. Guess we're just gonna build a fire then. Also, that fire in his room kind of backfired, no pun intended, because he's either going to sleep in the cold or in the heat. 21 is torture, far too high. I meant in terms of, like, the game mechanics, for that matter. But yeah, without having proper, or, well, better climate control, I guess there's not much of a point in building campfires in all the places. In fact, I'm just gonna deconstruct all these. At this point, we do have enough clothing. However, I think with this room built on a baseline, we now have the quest acceptable. Because Sienna is gonna be good with plants, and we would like to have somebody who is good with plants. Not sure what else you guys can actually do for us. What's your health looking like? Pretty good. She's actually good at construction. So she would be constructing plants, and she might actually become our main crafter. Yeah, please mind your language around here. I would appreciate that. Yeah, I think this is fine. Let's get Sienna. What arrived now? Gilbert's chef. Alright, we need to protect him. They're also gonna try and raid him, I believe, but we have Hera, so it's gonna be fine. Right? Alright. Hera. Capture this guy. So he immediately comes sedated, which means he has basically no consciousness and cannot run away. So that means we also have time to put him into the appropriate prisoner room. And apparently we don't need the thing here. Just need to make sure he's not too cold, I guess, so he doesn't get frostbite. And please clean the sand around here, that way he's not gonna be too terribly unhappy. Why are you climbing on him in order to clean? Oh well. Do I have any mods? No, not currently. I would like to try and get used to the game the normal way before I use any mods, so I know what is or is not part of the game. It's actually a thing that when I watched a bunch of YouTube content, and I actually basically started to really like binge watching YouTube content for this game. One of the problems I end up running into is that I don't know what is part of the base game and what is actually a mod instead, so there's that. So I like to just kind of play it without mods for now. I'm new to the game, kind of, mostly. I have played one colony to success, offline that is, just kind of casually, without the DLC. So I don't really know anything about the DLC, so to speak. Alrighty. Are you accepting gameplay tips / backseating? If you would like to mention mechanics, that's fine. Like, I know there's a bunch of weapons that I just don't really know what the difference is between them, or for example what the exact difference is between various types of clothing or equipment. Explanation of mechanics on how they work and what they are for is generally fine. But other than that, I would like to just kind of try figuring out stuff myself. Like, stuff that is maybe not terribly obvious and I'm just clearly missing is usually quite okay, as long as you obviously, well, present it in a reasonable manner. He is no longer incapable of walking, but we have to keep you safe and also, well, as a prisoner. 21 days, how are you doing? Here's an old gunshot. We don't have anybody who likes doing social, do we? Nope. We also have nobody who's good at it either. Huh. So we just keep him safe in there. Are you cold? Yeah, he's just cold and hungry. So we definitely need to bring him some food. I guess Alistair, you are fine to get up now. Well, I suppose you're pretty much fine to get up now anyways. But we need somebody to cook stuff. Speaking of which, we also need somebody to go and hunt again. We're just gonna hunt some more does. Alistair as a paramedic is fully healed. Alright, Hera. You're resting. Alrighty. Afterwards you're gonna go and hunt, I suppose. Blas is starting to clean up. This guy is still under the, well, as aesthetics, which is why he needed to puke there, I suppose. Okay, kind of awkward to have our cook also be our main researcher, honestly, because he doesn't really get to do much. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna prepare for the eventuality that I will have somebody do stone cutting. I will have probably the stone cutter set up over here, so just start mining this part out. So that way Blas actually has something to do aside from just running around and cleaning. You should get a nutrient dispenser. It gives a little mood effect, but it's still great. Well, here's the thing. While this is a... what's the word? A brutal, naked brutality start, I actually started with a tribal thing, so I still don't have most of the things researched that would actually allow me for anything like that. So basically stuff that is in the future, I mean, in a sense, you don't necessarily know yet whether I'm gonna do it or not. So you need to give me time with that. You probably need a couple more people to efficiently do stuff. Yeah. That is very accurate. Either way, let's just keep mining here as long as it's not overhead mountain. There's no risk for infestation. To be fair, right now it's cold enough outside that there's no risk for infestation inside here anyways. But might as well just kind of plan for the future, I suppose. This rock roof thing. Also, I suppose we are starting to mine out this area here in... Looking forward to making a bigger freezer if we eventually need it. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell you guys that you should only put the food in the front, that way you don't have to walk as far. Low food. Not really, it's just over here instead. How does Rimworld multiplayer work, if I may ask? Hera, are you? Oh, you're just hunting. That's good. I mean, look always at the bright side. While she's missing because she's standing so far away, the more she shoots, the more shooting experience she gets. What are you doing? Hey, you just shot that thing. Get that out of there. What? Hang on. Prioritize hauling dough. Prioritized by rat. Reserved by rat. What? Really? That can happen? Wow. Alright. Come over here. There we go. Now, the afterbirds you can play a game of Ur. I've never seen that happen before. Also, I'm going to not hunt this though, that is actually a bit far away. But then again... It looks like most animals are kind of like around there. They are a bit closer. They do have a chance to retaliate, but Hera's pretty good at this. Solar flare! Our electric appliances are no longer going to properly work. We do not have any electrical appliances because we haven't researched electricity yet. Okay, Alistair, why are you sleeping down there? Oh, because this is a medical bed now. Sure. Also, I think I'm gonna make 2 more large sculptures out of wood, I guess? No. I'm gonna make them instead out of wood, I'm gonna make them out of steel. Because we have plenty of steel. And Alistair, please go and clean the vomit, because this guy does not clean his own cell and he's gonna get unhappy if he has to, well, live in an unsightly environment. The dull barrack, well, not the worst. Solar flare is ending. Okay, please hold this thing. Alright, this is rock roof. Can keep mining these things out. Still rock roof. Basically I'm preparing for when I eventually will be able to overhead mountain, don't get this one, don't get this one. When I eventually can do stone cutting by a stone cutter's table. I'm gonna see the roofs. This one. Basically, we're kind of mining like under a mountain in a sense. It's kind of curious to think about it that way. Can expand the zone here. And we're gonna tell them to also hold these granite chunks to our stockpile zone while you have nothing else to do. Okay, what else? Research for electricity is going. It's not going fast, but it's going. And really, electricity is for the coolest is gonna be what I really want. Blast has minor break risk. You always do, my friend. Quality life in the bottom right. The little house icon will show a roof with the mountain map. Not the house, the little up arrow. I guess it's kind of a house. So I guess suicidal snow hairs. Give me a second. This is... Oh, the dark green is overhead mountain. Thank you. Thank you, because I've always just mouse over it and tried to figure it out based on that. Okay. For some reason I didn't... Like, I was even looking at it earlier and didn't recognize that this is indeed fine. Dark green is overhead mountain, light green is regular overhead area. Okay, snow hares, suicidal snow hares. What do we have? Caravans from the Ziguera tribe are being harassed by a pack of 4 manhunting snow hares. Wants you to help the rota beasts away from the caravans. So, 4 manhunting hares. Do we have anybody who's good at melee? The snow hares will arrive in 9 hours after you accept. Let's see, we could get 14 Glitterworld medicine out of this? That sounds actually pretty amazing to me. It is 4 snow hares, so we will one-shot them basically with Hera, but they will likely close in the distance quick enough that we are gonna be in a little bit of trouble. That is absolutely worth it. I just need to figure out how to properly do this though. 9 hours from now. So... yeah. We can work with that. Let's see, we actually can just dig through here and make another exit to the outside. That would actually be a reasonable way to go about things. Maybe, maybe not. Bad snow hares? Rumped. What storyteller do you pick? Randy Random, because I think that's just easier for me in a weird kind of way, let's put it that way. The reason why it's easier to me is because if I pick another storyteller, I am going to pick up on their... It's not that high of a difficulty, it's just random. It's just medium difficulty-ish. But it's easier to me because I don't have to worry about being able to predict events, like in waves. Yeah, exactly. I don't pick up the tendencies of the other storytellers because it's completely random what's going to happen, so I don't have to worry about it. And that's kind of the big thing for me, where it's like, I will feel like I'm playing bad or suboptimally if I don't take advantage of like these kinds of events, so to speak, and Aurora. But yeah, that's just kind of how it works. A beautiful aurora is lighting up the sky. The undulating colors will boost the mood of anyone outside to see them and make the night brighter. Neat. Welcome to you, Gavrones. How are you doing today? Manhunter pack. Alrighty. Those were harassing them. Where are they? Alright, they're coming from the left. So... I will immediately draft you. Come over here. And... I'm gonna draft you as well. The main idea being that Hera is going to hopefully not get hit by the rabbits. Where are they? They're arriving right there. Maybe I should have actually put some traps along the mountainside here, because enemies are almost going to walk through here. That actually makes the most sense. Only rabbits, but there's 4 of them, so I need to be a bit careful about it. But yeah, the difficulty is not particularly high, it's just medium, so we should be mostly fine. Ooh, you missed, Hera. Hit that one. Okay, 1 dead. 2 dead. 3. And 4. Good job, guys. You can also go and butcher this one for some meat. The pots have arrived. Sweet! And we just haul in the medicine. Wish we had that medicine before. You can never have too much medicine. So for anybody who was not around here yesterday, while we have a bit of time, town time so to speak, our 2 main colonists before, and the one we started with, Rump here, well, they got hit by the plague 4 days before we completed the contract, which would have given us Glitterworld medicine. We did not have anybody who is particularly good at, well, administering medicine in any capacity, so this effectively meant that, well, we unfortunately had somebody, well, the 2 just kind of straight up die. We had regular medicine and herbal medicine, which was not enough to keep them alive, unfortunately. I was considering restarting at that point, but we just kept going for now. So here we are now. Deteriorating because of outdoors. Right, this is considered outdoors because there's no door here right now. Okay, aside from that, I think I'm gonna do what I mentioned earlier. I'm just gonna go ahead and build some traps here. Your colonists do know that they need to avoid the traps. So this is gonna be easier for us overall anyways. Unless you specifically have something placed on the traps where they have to step on it in order to, well, get there, they will avoid it. Put 1 more here. And 1 more here. We do have enough steel right now, so that's not a big problem, because we mined out the entire steel deposit that was located here before. Also, there is some more things to hunt. One of my hopes is that Alistair is going to get electricity before winter is over, so we can refrigerate this entire room afterwards here. Wait. Guys, please, don't let them. They're eating my meals. Well, you're going to become meals yourself afterwards. Alright, you're gonna hold the granite chunk, and then they are just kind of trapped inside afterwards. The door was open because, well, of course it was. Also, we're gonna drink the zone, prioritize hauling this away. Royal Tribute Collector, we can send him prisoners. I wonder whether they would accept this prisoner guy here. We would fail a quest, but we would get some stuff. We don't have gold to give them right now. I deliberately don't mind the gold right now. Oh, flash storm. I deliberately don't mind the gold right now because I don't want to drive up the colony wealth too quickly. Otherwise we will get larger rates, and we don't have proper defenses yet. Flash storm. Ew. Please don't burn everything again. Okay, why are you guys coming out of the water anyways? Oh well. Is there a reason they aren't zoned out of food storage? Well, I mean, There was a door open. They are wild animals, they go wherever they please, as long as there's no, like, closed door, so to speak. Also, please clean up the blood afterwards. This blood and this blood. Oh, you're hunting this one too. Okay, that was not necessary, but oh well. They are leaving because of dangerous temperature. Yeah, it is minus 32 degrees Celsius outside. Actually, on that note, how are you doing with... the heat stuff? Staggeringly ugly. Trigger happy and pyromaniac. Wow. Staggeringly ugly. Minimum comfort pelter, minus 25.3. So I actually probably will want to build a campfire in his room, so it's gonna be rather too hot rather than too cold, because he might get frostbite otherwise. Alright, let's actually prepare a few more simple meals so you don't have to keep going back and forth all the time. You get a lot of pyromaniacs, we do. In my previous colony I already had a pyromaniac, and let's put it this way, she wasn't the worst. In fact, she was really useful. Except for those times where she just randomly decided that it's a good time to start fires now. Which... to be fair, it wasn't that big of a deal, it never happened at an inopportune time. It was still kind of awkward though. But yeah, we probably want to make, like, let's say 10 simple meals overall. Minor break rest, of course. You're hauling more granite chunks. Actually, yeah, most of them hold now, that's actually kind of awesome. He's a good worker, even if he's depressive and slow learner. Well, to be fair, he doesn't have much of a choice. But he's trying. Okay, we're gonna expand the storage zone here a bit further, because apparently we have so much meat now here. Lighting a campfire on a wooden floor. Yeah, apparently that's not a problem. You can even cook on it. Apparently they are perfectly fine on these things. Playing a game of Ur. Thank you. So I would like for you to clean the trash. Anarchy organization. They have arrived. They will prepare for a while, then attack. Prepare a defense or attack them preemptively. Okay, I believe they are the ones that are associated with the quest. Alrighty. Ooh. Ooh. A revolver and a steel axe. And they seem to approach from multiple angles, and the knife. Okay, how are you doing? Mostly doing fine. Had to rebuff blows. By the way, they will keep trying to just woo each other. They will never stop. It's kind of weird, actually. Who is that? Ooh, that's an ancient danger, isn't it? Maybe. Either way, we will have Hera go out and try and take them on. This guy here has a bit of range, but our legendary bow should overall have more range, I think. Need to be a bit careful about it though. I don't know where they want to go in order to prepare. I was kind of hoping that they would stay over there. What's that? Oh, that's a corpse. So we want to try and take care of Nico first. But then again, Kena is closer, and she might not even attract their attention. If she just stays far enough away. Come on, shoot them already. think they spotted her. So we should just run now. This is pretty awkward right now, around this little corner here. Just through the wall. Nice, that was a really good shot. Please don't get hit. Ooh! Okay, they're beginning their assault. We downed him, but we actually didn't kill him. And it looked like he got hit, but he didn't? That's very interesting. Is this one also doing... Usually when they come in multiple groups, they just kind of separate their assaults as well. This one might this one is still seemingly standing around. Oof, missed twice. Volcanic winter for pay. I might make stuff even colder. I'm not sure we can reasonably survive that. Okay, let's see. Your movement speed is 3.42 cells. And your movement speed is 3.68. So you're slightly faster. And try to get another shot in. Nice, hit him. You hit him in the left arm, which does not really slow him down. Oh, he has hypothermia. It's too cold for him outside here. So he might have actually just been able to leave them where they were. Okay. I'm just gonna hold this one. Oh, this guy and these guys also coming. Never mind, we're not gonna hold it. Sorry, Hera. Where's the other guy? We're just gonna meet him as well. What are you doing? You really need food, actually. We're just gonna eat the pemmican. That's okay. That way you're not gonna be too unhappy in terms of food anymore. But we also want to take care of this guy. He only has a knife, so we should be fine overall. We'll take a look at the quest in just a second. Nice. Left arm, he has a cut now. His torso has a cut. And he is completely cut down. Alright, we're gonna just make you hold the steel axe while you're here. I don't really know how good axes are. This guy here is going to die in 4 hours. Should not have attacked me. But we do have an auto pistol. So Alistair, because you have such good mood compared to the other guys, we are just gonna have you go and grab the pistol, because at least we have now a more or less automatic weapon. You actually never have to worry about ammunition in this game. Ammunition is just implied within the weapon, which is kind of convenient to say the least. Alright, let's see. Volcanic winter for pay. When Arenda Digionis, a baroness of the Refugee Empire, wants to perform a load power test on one of her ship's area attack weapons. If she does, a layer of ash will be deposited in the upper atmosphere, reducing sunlight around Happy Crime for 17 days, seriously harming the local ecosystem. Since you are a local landowner under Imperial law, Diogenes needs your honorable permission to proceed. So much medicine. Okay, I don't think I need that much medicine. Volcanic winter means I think it also gets more cold than it already is. And this is kind of pretty much the limit of what I'm comfortable with. Yeah. Snow will finish him off now, pretty much. We could also try to... Oh, you equip it? Sure. Do we want to capture you? You're dead in 2 hours. We're not gonna make it back in 2 hours. I'm just gonna... Actually, what equipment do you have? Cloth pants, alpaca wool parka. That actually looks really good. What I'm gonna do... strip this guy after we eat the food. because, well, no mercy for the raiders. It's only of poor quality, but wool parka for alpha. Well, alpaca wool parka is really, really warm, and it still has really good durability, so pretty happy with that. Blas is going down and probably starts to haul everything because that's his priority. Makes sense. You are doing the statues here. 1 out of 2 still. Shooting him for gun experience not worth the mood. We don't get experience for... We don't get experience for him shooting him while he is down. Major break risk? Yeah, you probably need to rest and stuff like that, my friend. He's just sitting in the prison cell, because why not? After you are done with that, just clean up briefly, please. Food binge, Blas. Well, he has a mental break and is just gonna eat a lot of food. As worse binges, I suppose, and there's nothing we can do to stop him right now, aside from knocking him down, which that would be kind of not so nice. But yeah, we don't really have a way of making him feel better, aside from him stopping trying to woo Hera. But there's not really anything we can do about that. What are you doing? Pigging out. Could also eat some chocolate. You also have a Masterwork Great Bow equipped. I probably want to have that in Alistair. Let's see what the auto pistol does. It's poor quality. How does an auto pistol compare to Masterwork Great Bow? Wait, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to check the auto pistol. Alrighty. So it has 72% accuracy in close range, short range 7, 15% armor penetration, and it's 10 damage. We compare this to your weapon. 21 damage. Who's a better shot of you two anyways? You are 5 at shooting, so actually no, you're fine with the bow. You're just terrible at your mental health. That's why I was considering giving it over to Alistair instead. Okay. Saving Cocus. A 33-year-old planetary miner. He promised to join you if you rescue him. Where is this, if I may ask? Yeah, no, there's no experience you get for shooting at downed targets in this case. So this is actually really far away. And considering that I did not manage to even rescue somebody who was literally over here, I will probably not even try. Sorry, buddy. We could actually move this inside, I guess. So we have this in the recreation room. Probably not right in front of you though. Actually, probably also does not really matter. We'll just put this right here, that's fine, I think. Plus it just keeps eating. Alistair will have to make a bunch more food because of him, but oh well. Also, what else do we have for recreation? A poker table and billiard table. You know, this sounds fun. We need 80 cloth. Oh. Well, I suppose... yeah, we need more cloth. Wool, I suppose. We don't have wool. Is this game difficult to learn? It seems like there's a lot to micromanage. There's a little bit of a hump until you get into the basics, but overall I would say it's not difficult to learn, no. Getting into it a little bit is you just need to start to understand, I suppose. But once you know, it's actually not too terrible at all, I would say. Overall, it is simple enough that I eventually decided to start playing this game myself. Actually place some more traps here for potential invaders. It's good to learn the basics on Peaceful. It has a really nice tutorial. I can recommend checking that out. Blas is still on a food binge. Oh. Suppose there's worse. We do have plenty of food right now. Unless there goes back to doing stuff here. What's your job now? Making large sculpture. That's a good idea. Actually, this one here is done. I'm going to install this in Alistair's room. What's the beauty of this? 200 beauty. This one has only 50. It is actually way better. And all overall, this seems fine. It's a bit warm in here, so he's not gonna be too happy about that, but oh well. But yeah, as mentioned before, just kind of to illustrate this real quick. Let's see, storyteller settings. I am playing on Randy Random, which means any event is completely random, but it is only Strive to Survive difficulty. I do not consider myself to be good enough to even try the higher difficulties. I could probably kind of do that, but well, not much of a reason to do that right now. Okay, I would like for you to probably get a bunch of wood right now. We're running really low on wood. So we're just gonna get these with Hera and Blast, just cutting them down and hauling them over. Oh yeah, Alistair, I suppose you have plant cutting pretty high right now. Because he's literally our best worker in most aspects. It's kind of ridiculous. Considering that he's our best intellectual researcher, he's our best person for plants, for animals, and basically for crafting too. It's really silly. So Blas finally has recovered, and at this point he has a catharsis. Felt good to finally unbottle my feelings. Somewhat impressive dining room, and we also have extremely impressive recreation room. I see, but nobody's cleaning stuff. That's okay. So Alistair has a more pleasantly looking bedroom now. Oh, we really should actually move this out of the way. And you know what? We're just going to have you smooth that floor too. Wait, you can actually see through the corners? Okay, there's actually a reason to fill in the corners, I suppose. Huh. I wasn't quite aware of that. The snowman gets +3 to beauty. That's cute. We should have snowmen in all corners of the base. That would be great. Unfortunately, they just randomly build snowmen, so there's not really any way I can control them. Minor break risk by Hera. Yeah, let's see. Had to rebuff Blas, ate before the table, slept in a cold, unsettling environment, darkness, drowsy. That's fine. Yep, cutting all the corners. Makes sense. There's also machine or compacted machinery in here. In fact, I probably should prioritize mining this out too. Because compacted machinery is effectively the concept of you just mine and you get machinery. The machinery is really useful because it allows you to make electricity or any really appliance that gives you any form of, well, benefit through traditionally electrical means, I suppose you could say. And they do it here outside, but I don't think it's a bad thing as long as they don't just straight up disappear, so we can leave them outside for a while. Unless we want to sell them, then we definitely should go and haul them in quicker. But I don't plan on selling them. I really hope to get electricity done during the winter here. So yeah. Haven't had any traders in a while, but then again, we are really out of the way. Components are good for trading too if you have no use for them in the immediate future. Yeah, I would have had to think about that well beforehand. Can you fill the corners with art since you can see them? I like that idea. Wait a second. We can optimize this, can't we? Wait. Hang on. Let's mine on this part, Blas. Consuming simple meal, taking simple meal. Feeding the simple meal to this guy. How do you... Chef. Suppose. Clean the trash afterwards. So, if we do this, let's also smooth the floor over here. And afterwards, we're gonna build a thing. Going for a walk. Yeah, that's fair. We probably can use that. So, if we check the beauty here. Okay, I would like for you to clean dirt real quick. Okay. Now, if we put the... I'm gonna take this one. Well, it's only poor quality, I suppose. Still gonna take it, just to see. Put this in here, so technically, that sculpture is inside the recreation room and dining room. Practically. If the sculpture is also visible from the bedroom, so it might make the bedroom more impressive. Compacted machinery is bizarre, because it's like people stuffing walls with gears and Legos. Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's probably one of the compromises with where they want to lock being able to make the... what's it called? The components behind like later game technology, so you have to trade initially for them, but they also don't want you to be completely without them if you don't get to trade for them, because there might just be nobody going through there. New lovers. Alistair charmed Hera by telling a tale about birthdays. Hera responded well and is now Alistair's lover. Poor Blas. He tried a lot. He tried really hard. Either way, the bedroom is actually a lot nicer now because of it. But here's a nice thing. Here we reinstall this. Here, we reinstall this bed here for now. What are you doing? Consuming simple meal. do this first and then do this afterwards. Because I need to start making a furniture. Oh. But yeah, new lovers, which actually means we can go ahead and make a double bed for them. Please prioritize making the double bed here. So, and the double bed we can now assign to Hera and Alistair, which actually is really convenient because now we have one less bedroom requirement because those two now just can share a bedroom. Plus they also get kind of nice mood buffs on top of it. Poor Blas is probably the one who could use the mood buffs the most, but he's ugly. So, unfortunately, his chances were a lot lower than Alistair. And Alistair is basically our super colonist anyways right now, who can just do everything the best. It's pretty unfair as a comparison, honestly. So what we actually want to do, I think, is we want to schedule Hera and Alistair to have at least some time together where they're sleeping at the same time, I think. I'm actually not sure whether that matters. Also, I'm going to forbid them going through this door, because I don't want colonists going through here and then outside, because that's gonna disturb their sleep. Alrighty, we now have one bedroom open, thanks to that. Let's see, this is a good sculpture. Also a good one. I'm actually going to set the owner here to be Blas. Hopefully he will like this bedroom a little bit better. I think it's not quite as spacious. But let's see. Spacious interior. Quite comfortable. Somewhat impressing diary. Extremely comfortable. Oh, that's just the comfort meter. The beauty meter is actually also going all the way up here, in this room here, it looks like. Or it would. Not sure why it doesn't actually go up right now. Because it is scheduled to go all the way up here. Either way, honestly, I think we can kind of cheese this by having literally statues in the corner in order to take advantage of these things in multiple places. He's too unconscious to see the beauty. I mean, I suppose. Alrighty, Hera. Alright, we actually. So here's the thing: Hera's greedy, so she always needs to have a impressive sleeping room. So this is why we can't just remove the statues from her room. She has to have an impressive one, otherwise she gets a debuff. Okay. Going to make this one larger. Actually gonna remove the zone here and here. And just gonna expand it here, I suppose. Also, I guess Blas really didn't have much of a chance considering that they just share a room for working in, so that's also a thing. Poor guy. Okay, aside from that, we're gonna start having him collect compacted machinery. So we're gonna go and start digging here. There's probably, or hopefully some more. Oh, there's a lot of compacted machinery over here. Once again, once the research is done, we will need it. And I'm kind of hoping that we don't get hit on, well, along the way by a bear. Let's see, we have a grizzly bear who is feeding on some colonists that have died. And this one too. I mean, food, I guess. Yep. Food. I'm actually just gonna forbid them to hold this one. I don't think it's worthwhile to go all the way over there. The main downside is if they are just traveling across the map, they will just spot the bodies and go out and get a negative moodlet from basically seeing those. Okay. Completed making large sculpture. Very nice. Means we can install the large sculpture somewhere as well. In theory. Where is it? Where did he put it? There it is. It's a good large sculpture. We can install it in the prison room. They might just kind of want to look at something. You want the Mega Sloth. Yeah, I would love to have somebody who's good with animals, which on a technical level we kinda do, but I think you need at least 10 in animals in order to have a chance of being able to tame a Mega Sloth. I would love to have a Mega Sloth companion sometime, but that might have to wait for a while. You still have the catharsis, so you're actually pretty fine mining outside here. Practice on bears, what could go wrong? Lots of things. Okay, I'm gonna have you prioritize hauling the components afterwards. Volcanic winter. I guess it is starting to get a bit warmer right now. You know what? Volcanic winter actually might be not a bad thing for us, if you think about it. Because right now we don't have a way still to cool down our things. But then again, what would I want to get it for? Maybe royal favor for Alistair? 17 days. It will seriously harm the local ecosystem. How are we doing on food? Should we go and hunt some more food? We have still plenty for a while. Maybe want to have some. A lot of top tier medicine. Yeah, we have 34 of that already. Do you think we should still get more? I was thinking maybe the gold and royal favor. But also medicine. It's just more value by itself too. Let's accept it for the medicine anyways. Alright, yeah, okay. In this case, I'm gonna have Hera go and hunt for some more wildlife, because volcanic winter is gonna, hit. Some distant volcano or fire has begun spewing massive quantities of ash into the atmosphere. Ash in the atmosphere will obscure the sun. The temperatures will drop and plants will suffer for lack of sunlight. It could pass in a few weeks, or it might last many quadrums. A quadrum, I believe, is like a season. Either way, we know it lasts 17 days. Because it's not exactly unexpected after I accept the quest. Okay, we're gonna hunt this one. Is there any other wildlife that we could hunt? Maybe. Pots have arrived. Okay, after you hold that one, please hold this thing. What are you doing? Relaxing socially. Sure. Alrighty, didn't get compacted machinery. You, I guess, already hunted? Oh, the wildlife probably just straight up disappeared, didn't it? Actually, where's this one? Well, that's basically at the corner. Grizzly. Alright, please hunt the grizzly. I will want to keep an eye on that. Just to make sure she doesn't get knocked down. Okay, it looks like we're fine. Because we may want to have some more food, and if it's this cold, we might not get any more um, wildlife for a while. That's just kind of how it works. So how are you doing? Wait. Why are you not getting rest? Oh, you got some lovin', as they like to call it in this game. That's fair. I'm gonna just have you let you sleep. You're gonna automatically hunt this, but I will want to keep an eye on you. A grizzly bear is a lot of parasite-rich meat. I'm not sure what that means. Also, actually, what I will want to do is I will want to put animal corpses in here. And also the priority is preferred. That way you're gonna put them in here rather than in here. Which this is gonna be refrigerated, so we don't have to necessarily immediately butcher all creatures. And he's carrying 174 bear meat. A lot of bear meat. But it will basically last us for quite a while. The volcanic winter means it's gonna get a bit colder. I don't know how much colder it's gonna get. Or actually, this might be as cold as it gets anyways. Who knows? I would guess it would also influence like solar panel power or solar power, but I don't actually technically know. So yeah, accepting a volcanic winter just because I don't have refrigeration yet is actually... I think that's actually kind of clever. Oh, I need to pay attention here. I think that's actually kind of clever. The grizzly bear is going to leave soon as well, because there's not a whole lot of other life anymore that it could hunt. Wow! Air's great bow arrow annihilated the polar bear's brain and injured his skull and head. Basically a straight up headshot. Nice. Alright, we will still have a bunch of meat. That should get us through there. How much longer are you going to be here, buddy? Departing on shuttle in 12 days. Okay. Still going to be a while. Researching. Hauling steel. Cleaning dirt. Okay, we're cleaning dirt for now. We could use a bit of a tidier base, to say the least. Okay, in fact, both of them are currently cleaning stuff. Okay. In this case... I would like to start crafting like our outer defenses, but without stone cutting, that's gonna take a while. What can I have you guys do? We can make a new stockpile where we basically exclusively put like steel. Storage, clear all. Preferred for steel. Because steel does not deteriorate outside, so we can just have it here, so to speak. Raw resources. Steel. And we can go ahead and just have them mine a bunch of steel all over the map. Which might be better than them. Just doing, well, not a whole lot else really. Around the base. Steel does not deteriorate outside. Rust is a myth. I mean, this is already rusted, so it's fine. Oh, you guys are... Oh. Sure. Why not? That's not what I had in mind for them to put the steel that is already in there over here. But look at the bright side. I guess we have at least... some more... well... space in our main storage. Because stuff like parkas and these things would deteriorate if they are outside unroofed. Alright, what have we for wildlife? There's an Arctic wolf, a hare, a raccoon. I think we're fine on that end for a while. We do have 470 units of plain leather, that's quite a bit. We should probably finally make some more wooden chairs for people to sit on while eating. Might be a reasonable way to go about it too. I like how they just kind of tuck in a simple meal before they go to bed, because why not? I guess you do have a higher priority for hauling than you have for mining, don't you? Do you? Maybe you can't get over there because it's in the water? Oh yeah, you can't get there. I actually didn't even realize that. Wait, does that mean I could build a base on the water? But I can't build stuff on bridges, can I? But I could build stuff. I could build a base over there. And... Can clothes be recycled? No, not to my knowledge. We just sell them to some trader that supposedly has some use for riches, I guess. Bridge requires terrain that supports bridgeable. Okay. Cargo pots. What do we have? Ooh, rice. Building wooden dining chair. Okay, after you cook the meals, please go and haul in some rice. Actually not even particularly far away. Minor break risk. Always a poor friend here who is just depressive. He might actually be... He might actually be the reason why I might consider just making smoke leaf joints and having him like smoke these just kind of as a medical marijuana thing. By the way, Alistair can now make a bunch of pemmican, which is going to last us even through the other stuff now. Either way, we can't get over there apparently. At least not easily. Like, it does not allow me to try and do stuff. Actually, before I do anything, can I move you here? No, I cannot move you here. That's very interesting. Don't do the weeds, kids. Well, I think weeds is basically better than alcohol overall. Is there a way for me to get that stuff? Like, genuine question. Feel free to answer that with yes or no. If you'd like to, anyways. There's more compacted machinery that we can dig at. Jetpacks? Well, I suppose that could be a thing. Also, I suppose there is probably more of these things. I thought there were more of these things, ship chunks, that we could disassemble. I'm not entirely sure where the others fell to. You missed a question. Is there a way for me to get the resources over here? Because this is literally in deep ocean water, and I do not appear to be able to do anything about it. Because I've actually never been near the ocean, so I actually had no idea that I couldn't just go out there and mine. I was not aware of that. I mean, this is literally my second colony. My previous colony was in the mountains with a river nearby, and I could literally cross all the water, despite it being a seemingly rather strong current. Alright, Alistair, I would really like you to... well... get cooking, I guess. In the meantime, I guess we can also cook, well, cut down trees. Digging a compact machinery. Wait, where are you? Oh, you're hauling components. Fair enough. Deep ocean makes it inaccessible. I see. At least for this part here, we can... Well, here, we can go and mine through here. But for this part... Well, too bad. We can't get there. Minor break risk. Yeah, you always have that, my friend. At least we're keeping that guy well fed, so that's nice. He is viewing art, because that's one form of recreation he can do right now. Blas, you're in a sad wonder now. Blas has broken down and is wandering around in sadness. This happened because... Oh. The final straw was hungry. You should probably eat something. Marriage is on. Alistair has proposed the marriage to Hera. Hera agreed and the two are now engaged. At some point in the coming days or quarters, they will have the marriage ceremony and invite all the colonists. Consider placing a marriage spot if you want control over where the ceremony occurs. So, marriage spot. Hey, we can make a party spot. Woohoo! You're in that spot, you're partying, I suppose. And marriage spot. Just over here, why not? Oh dear, you really could use some... Oh, he's no longer walking in sadness. At least he's not going berserk or anything like that. That would actually be a problem. Poor guy. It's actually not even particularly cold right now. I figured the volcanic winter would make everything a bit colder than this, but apparently it's not that big of a deal. Kind of nice. Going to dig on some more steel while we can. We might want to dig on the gold. No, I really don't want to drive up the colony wealth yet. You know what we could do? Transport bot crash. Give me just a moment. I wanted to say something. I wanted to make a shelf. And this would allow us to just store the simple meals here, so not everybody has to move into the fridge all the time. Either way, transport pod crash. An archer named Logan is crashing in the transport pod nearby. If she survives the impact, she will be badly wounded. Okay, she has a good amount of time until she is dead. Let's try to rescue her. Making pemmican. Rescue her. Because that's kind of taking priority. Alrighty, let's see what Logan has. Fire. Transhumanist, quick sleeper, hard worker. Wow, those are some crazy good traits. And she has a passion for shooting. She has a passion for animals and mining. She likes doing social stuff. I'm not entirely sure what I would want to have her do if she joins, but her traits are really good overall. Well, at least quick sleeper. Basically, she literally does not only needs half as much sleep, and she's a hard worker and she just works faster. So she's overall just a lot more productive than most other characters. Meanwhile, Prisoner just chilling until he can show his unbelievably ugly face again. Yeah, I suppose. Either way, let's hope that he can save her in time. 5 hours is not terribly good for us, especially in the cold. She might even have a bunch of hypothermia. Animal taming? Did she have good animal stats? Are you tending to her? Blood loss extreme. Death in 2 hours. Let's not give her any medicine. We do not have time for that, Alistair. You have to tend to her right now without medicine. Might be a good hunter with that shooting. Definitely a good hunter, yeah. And yeah, actually she really likes animals. I did want to have somebody who's really good with animals, so that would actually be great. Put a bunch of art in the room. They tend to join more if they think the room is really impressive. Ooh. Okay. Here. Random art. A wild boar self-tamed. It is now wild boar 1. It can guard and attack some people. I don't think we have enough food yet for a boar, because our means of feeding it would be we need to make simple meals out of meat, and then it eats the simple meals. Behold our new pet, Hamlet. Goodbye, Hamlet, you were delicious. Aw, now you want to make me keep it even more. I like Hamlet. Reinstall this here. Wait, I already queued that up. And I'm sorry, buddy, but I'm gonna put this here instead. Blas, what are you doing? Deconstructing ship junk. You're really far away. I'll have Alistair do it afterwards. Okay, did you save her? Yeah, okay. Alright, actually I was not aware that they would join more likely if... or would be more likely to join if the room was more impressive. I suppose it kinda makes sense. It is more comfortable now in there too, for that matter. Also, I need to make it warmer in here. I just realized, so... Not gonna be the most pleasant because it's probably gonna be too hot instead, but oh well. We're gonna make this afterwards. I probably will want to make at least one more sculpture. I'm not sure out of what though. I don't really want to use up all the iron, because I know I had like 5,000 iron in my previous colony and suddenly it was gone because I used it up for all kinds of things, especially traps. I think it was actually that I started up the ship's thing and started getting raids and I was just replacing traps constantly. And the steel was all gone. Hey buddy. You know what? I'm gonna... Zone. Remove zone. Animals inside. And expand the zone. Animals inside. You're gonna be allowed in here. And... You can eat the food that is here. Speaking of which, I'm going to allow them, not weapons. I only want to put meals on there. That's gonna be a preferred storage space. Playing the game of Ur. You're making meals afterwards, aren't you? Okay, it's a bit warm in here to say the least. It's not that great. Infection? Uh-oh. Yeah, she has an infection in her left arm. We are gonna treat that with appropriate medicine, and Alistair, you're the one, or Alistair, I guess he's called. You're the one who actually is pretty decent at this. So yeah, cut wounds that are bleeding can get infected. And that's very unpleasant, because infections can just straight up kill your colonists. Kinda like the plague. So immunity is now building up, and with proper medicine care, I think this is gonna be alright. Infection, probably not as bad as plague. I don't really know. Ooh, 94% quality tended. I think it's gonna be alright. Okay, what are you doing? Oh, oh yeah, you just constructed these things. There's also a bunch of components in the spaceship wreck thingies. Okay, Bloss. Digging a compact steel still? That makes sense. And I would like for you to haul stuff afterwards. I'm not gonna queue up any more digging operations. Ooh! Logan joined! Hi. That's great, actually. That's really awesome. Those traits are amazing. You just need to have some bed rest though, real quick. So let me assign you firefighting, patient. How good are you at doctoring, actually? 2. Well, at least you can do it. Basic. I'm gonna actually have you be my #1 warden. Warden is the person who's responsible for prisoners, basically. And you don't have to worry about that anymore. For the most part. And I'm gonna also have you animal handling. And hunting, I suppose, but you will need to have an appropriate weapon for this. In fact, since you're such good at shooting, I'm gonna have you rest until healed though. Since you're so good at shooting, I can give you the appropriate weapon. Once this guy is done, I will put the Masterwork Great Bow down, and you can have that one, Logan. Nice. Welcome to you. Maybe... hang on. While you're here, just bring some steel with you. This is so silly. Why did the boar get tamed? It's basically just a completely random event. A happenstance that can just, well, happen. Okay, and we also... well, we have a bedroom now here. Nice. In fact... you can just reinstall the art over here, because apparently you like the art so much that you just joined. Party? Alistair is throwing a party. Everyone who goes will gain recreation and social energy, and a lasting positive mood boost. I'm going to clear your prioritization, so... actually, I want to check your infection. Immunity 40% and the infection has progressed to 18%, so yeah, we're well ahead, so you're fine. Attending party, wandering. Well, that's kind of what I usually do during parties. I just don't know what to do. Running in circles. Looking for pets that I could pet potentially. Oh yeah, I probably should assign you. My animal. Actually, here. I think we need pemmican in order to tame the boar. I'm gonna set the animal to be inside for now. So, until we have you capable of guarding, maybe, I don't know, Blas, since he is out mining once in a while. Wilbert the boar. Arctic Wolf is hunting Hera. Wait, where is that? Where is that relative to Hera? Oh, there. Okay. Well, yeah, you're having a bad time, my friend. To be fair, it's kind of scary outside here. Let's say if Hera misses multiple times, what's she gonna do? In fact, I will have you join out here too, just in case that's necessary. Okay, I think we should go and be fine. Yeah, we're gonna be fine. Okay. You can hold that now, whoever that might be. Taking pemmican. Which I believe you can use pemmican in order to tame the boar. You're resting though, that's a good idea. You can actually go... We probably should have another full set of Cook, Button Dungeon, Park and Pants. So Alistair is gonna probably do that. Also, sure, you're gonna use Glitterworld medicine right now. So she's gonna just heal a bit faster. But unless it's specifically like something really serious, I don't necessarily want to use Glitterworld medicine. Never doubt your bow, goddess. It's less about doubting and more about just making sure. Actually, come over here, please. Going to put down the bow. And you can have this one instead. Logan, you can equip this one. Because you're actually really good at shooting to stuff too. But yeah, this is kind of why I would like to train the boar in guarding somebody like Blas, who is just not particularly capable of defending himself compared to other characters. That way the boar is going to hopefully rescue him. I've actually never seen anything like that before. Okay, also everybody has attended a party now. It's not an amazing buff, but hey, +4 for how long? +7 for you. Oh, I guess you like partying more. I even attended the party too. I guess it might just be less for you because... No, it's not. Also, you need to stop trying to woo Hera. I think she's taken at this point, my friend. You might have more chance with Logan there. Alright. How long are you going to be still here? 7.8 days for the shuttle. Interesting wildlife. We could try for the Mega Sloth. That sounds really dangerous though. That sounds really dangerous, trying to hunt for the Mega Sloth. Shot Frenzy Hera. Well, never mind, we're just gonna go and hunt the Kogar, I guess, at least. because shot frenzy, what that means is... where do we see that? I have no idea where we see that. Is there a log somewhere? Shot frenzy. Thanks to high mood, Hera has experienced an inspiration. She will shoot more accurately for the next 8 days. Right. And right now her chance to hit... Where do I see her chance to hit? Combat. Shooting accuracy is 99%. Wow. Pretty good. I'm gonna immediately assign this one to Logan. Oh, you have your own bedroom too. Alrighty, considering that we were down to 1 colonist that could not even care, as in no medical appliance to other characters, I think we are doing quite alright for now. I think we're quite okay for now. So... a Kogar is hunting Hera for food. Here's a funny thing. You're actually the food. Actually kinda scary. I'm gonna have Hera walk back just in case she will need some support. Because the Kogar is most certainly faster than her. Yeah, it's catching up already. That way, in case I need to have backup, it'll be easier to get somebody. Logan will be our best backup soon, but not right now. Oh, actually, she's basically moving faster than the Kogar. Cougar? Cougar? Alright. Let's see. Nice. Good job. And any other wildlife? Just the Mega Sloth remaining. The main reason why I may want to do that. Also, before I go... Blast, stop it! It's not gonna work! Before I wanna do that... Hang on. Ban zone. Animals inside. Yeah, just making sure our boar has some food. I'm not sure how you're doing on food. Yeah, you're actually quite fine. Logan will eventually be fully rested. Immunity developed for the scratch infection. And this is going to go all the way down now at this point. Just going to go all the way down to 0. That's good. And you can already get acquainted with your friend, the boar, at this point. Okay, hauling steel, the stockpile zone. Sounds good to me. You know, with a second colonist who's actually decently capable of shooting and having a good bow, we might actually be quite fine just increasing our colony's wealth a bit further by digging at the gold. Although, oh, there's more spacecraft. Although I, well, now realize that there's no way for me to get that gold, probably. Well, not for now. I'm sure there's mods that would address that, but I'm also kind of curious whether there might be other ways. We made a no, actually it's a good bearskin parka. And here is just equipping this one. Sure. This was for Logan. And he is equipping this one. So they're just switching around clothes because why not? Well, as long as Logan still has something left over. Cargo pods. Ooh, that's a bunch of components. Please hold this one before they deteriorate. Also, before they deteriorate in case I want to trade them. Oh, there's a bunch of elks now on the map. I think we could go for like hunting like 3 more of these. We might want to have Logan for set up to hunt as well. Also, let's see. Logan, you do basically anything. Visitors relationship. A group of from the Ziguera tribe are visiting the colony. There are people who have a relationship with tribespeople or prisoners in the arriving group. The sister of Hera. Komodo. Interesting. Careful shooter and an undergrounder. Artistic, medical, cooking. Well, you're kind of the opposite though. You have a passion in medical, whereas Hera literally can't care any less. And cooking too. We had somebody else to cook, that would be kind of nice. Is there any chance that they will ever join? Aside from me trying to, like, capture them. I don't like doing that. As long as I can keep my morals, I'm gonna keep them. Even though I fully realize that that's not necessarily a reasonable proposition. Right, Hera is going to... Oh, she's getting some lovin'. Sure. I was about to say, going to get some hunting. Not yet, apparently. Blas is just working like crazy, hauling all the things. How are you doing? Awful barracks, slept in the heat, ugly environment. Oh, starving! Oh dear. Please deliver food? Oh, it's probably because Blas is no longer the warden, as a higher priority. Bye! Thank you for dropping by. He's probably real hungry. Well, he's starving, quite literally, so that's not good. Ooh. Sorry, buddy. That was really not my intention here. Minor break risks from Blas. As is tradition. Poor guy. We need smoke leaf time sometime, but we can't plant him. Especially not now. Okay, we are going to have you do the warden duty as a second priority. Just so we have somebody, I guess, as a backup, maybe? Okay, Logan is now trying to tame the boar. Or, well, trying for haul. Why are you feeling it meat? A little bit messed up. Okay, 30% chance, tame or guard. Nice. Minor break risk. Alrighty, Hera is hunting an elk. Wait, Logan is hunting an elk too. Right. Both of you are probably pretty good at this. Yep. Wait, did you accidentally kill another one that you didn't aim for? Major break risk. You need to... Oh dear. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give Blas a bunch of recreation in the middle of a day, like a recreation time, so he is going to prioritize that a bit more. Okay, how are you doing? Mood is improving. Still ravenously hungry. Oh, you're just bringing the food over there. I guess that kind of happens when you were starving before and only got one meal. Oh, you just brought the other one. Sure, why not? Okay, I think that's considered plain leather. Yeah, this is plain leather. So, do we have any more builds to make? Nope. The main reason why I wanted to hunt more is because both I needed to potentially have some more plain leather, but I think we're fine now. Visitors seems to have a few items to trade from the Southwashis done. Alright, and let's see, I think Alistair is our... No, wait, you are my social. Actually, I just realized Alistair follows the trend of every other colonist so far who had just the abysmal social skill. Logan is the first character we have that actually is pretty decent, so nice. He's an archer and a crash baby. Archer gives us 3 social, 2 intellectual, and +2 melee. Alright, let's go and trade. Hey Left Tactics, welcome. I hope you're doing well. How's your health going? Malnutrition minor. Yeah, that's going down now because he actually had food. Sorry. Really not my intention. Alright, let's trade. Okay, what we can do is we can sell all the clothing that is of questionable quality, or alternatively just kind of tattered apparel under 50%. And what else? We also don't need 4 bows. Don't buy the melee weapons though. Don't need a tribal wear really. They don't have a whole lot of things to trade. They have 1 medicine. They have 144 silver. And packaged survival meals. That's actually interesting. Oh, they have some components too. To be fair, we have 102, so that's not that big of a deal. Packaged survival meals are useful because they don't deteriorate, and if we go on a caravan, that's very, very handy. They also have a machine pistol. Should I get a machine pistol? How good is a machine pistol? I have a masterwork bow, but I guess the others could use some other weapons too. Repara? No, Repara is still there. Machine pistol, should I get it, I guess? 266. We can just sell the pants. We keep 1 pair of pants. Keep 1 button-down shirt. Dog leather pants. No more quality. Gonna keep the other ones. Cheap wool pants. I'm actually gonna keep these instead. Lender parka, poor quality. We're gonna keep 2 separate parkas. Oh, we already have too much. Stock up on the protective gear. There's no protective gear here. Or wait, I guess you mean machine pistol, I suppose. Yeah, okay. Alrighty. Who were we going to give the machine pistol to? I believe Blas, probably after you sleep, you go ahead and equip the machine pistol. Because you're the one that has the most use for it after all. Since you're out mining pretty frequently. Oh yeah, I nicknamed Herrera Hera just because I had trouble just saying the previous name. They are going because of dangerous temperature. Thank you for the trade, I appreciate that. Okay, how much longer are you gonna rest? Ah, not much longer. Yep. However, Logan joined us recently, and she is a quick sleeper and a hard worker. She's also a transhumanist, so she's unpleasant. Well, she does not like having no, like, artificial parts. But, well, we'll get to that. And we managed to make a lot of pemmican. Our simple meals are over here. I'm actually gonna stock up to... Let's see, how long does simple meals last? Animal disease, plague, oh no. Oh no. Give him the good medicine, guys. And Alistair, please tend to the boar. The plague just kind of gives me flashbacks to our poor the colonist here. Zone him outside. He is only over here in the medical area. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make a single stockpile zone here. Well, I guess that's my medical area too. We're going to make a single stockpile area here, where I'm only specifically going to allow pemmican and set it to important. That way it will have food in there. And I'm not gonna allow you to go over there. Contagious plus medicine is really important. Let's see. So we have good tent quality. Immunity is 3%, but it's already... Okay, immunity is actually going higher than that. Good. Yeah. The plague literally killed 2 of my 3 colonists, the 2 really good ones. Hera was the only one remaining, and while she is not bad, she literally does not have the ability to care. She is incapable of caring, which means she couldn't patch the wounds of crashed pots, so I basically couldn't do anything for a lot of cactus. 2 colonists idle. Alright, let's go and cut down some more trees, guys, while you don't have anything else to do. Wait, why are you cutting? Oh, stop cutting trees. No. Alistair. Research. We really need to get the batteries going. Yeah. I think this is close enough to mechanical, so it's fine in this case though. But thank you, Letty. Because, well, let's put it this way. I already know the plague is really bad because I killed 2 of my colonists, and I know medicine is important in this case too, so... I'm actually gonna allow it to be tended to with Rimworld. You could just say, oh, but you could just get another animal instead. Maybe yak. Oh, I wanna tame a yak now, but... Kinda like before, we don't have a good amount of animal fodder yet. I will need to make kibble and plant a bunch of hay, I suppose. Let me actually look through this real quick. Who's good at plants? You did plants because we had nobody else. You actually like doing plants. Like growing plants, I guess, is more accurate. So yeah, I guess you're gonna be my main planter later. but the slow learner really does not help that. And Alistair pretty much has to be the researcher because nobody else can right now anyways. Otherwise he would be my plants person. In fact, I'm gonna set it up the way anyways right now. So Blas, you're gonna prioritize growing and plant cutting. How much wood do we have? Okay, we're going to make another large sculpture and we are going to make it out of wood. Because sculptures are actually decent. Thanks Max too actually. Sculptures are usually decent for selling purposes, plus we could use one more for the prisoner room. That would actually potentially help quite a bit. What is the research subject? Electricity. We don't even have electricity. We had, while it is Naked Brutality baseline, I decided to make it a tribal start rather than crash landed. So we were further behind in technology otherwise. You clearly need to shovel more dirt into the research table. I don't think that's how it works. Ease and restraints? Oh, we can even see the comfortable temperature range up there. A mad yuck. It will attack everyone it sees. Oh. Yucks, I would guess, have more health, so... Where are you, Hera? No, you're not resting, sorry. How fast are yucks? Let's see. You are moving at 3.68 cells per second, and you are moving at 3.2, so we are slightly faster. So we should be able to outrun it. Maybe I should have sent out Logan instead. Boom, alright. It's a pretty good chunk out of its health here. The legs are already cut up, so it's going to go slower and slower and slower anyways. And there it is. Hey, could you please... No, don't rest. Just put it out of its misery, please. Be careful. Yeah, we have a legendary great bow, and she is pretty solid at shooting. So we didn't have any trouble in these things. Plus, as I said, I just checked whether she was faster anyways. But in the future I will be able to send out 2 characters, with Logan actually being pretty capable of shooting as well. And we do have a second bow, great bow, that is masterwork quality. We actually got the legendary one from a quest. I don't remember where we got the masterwork bow from. Probably also a quest. Okay, you know, we could make a second wooden art bench, just so Blast also can do some artsy stuff. Since he kind of likes doing that too. Wait, why are you doing this? Stop, you should research. Okay, Logan doesn't have anything to do. Rare thrombos. Oh boy, we could possibly take those out. They will guaranteed retaliate as soon as I shoot them. But we would get a tremendous amount of meat and a horn from it, which would, well, increase our colony wealth. Oh no! Oh yes, probably a bad idea at this point. It would likely just get absolutely demolished. Either way, Logan is idle. I'm not sure what I could make for you right now. Actually, what we can do is we can have the prisoner reduce his resistance, and Logan can just do that. Wait for visitors. Yeah, one of the things I was thinking of, maybe we could just lead the Thrombo in circles. It is only barely faster than our cactus, and just have one cactus shoot at it while the other one is just running in circles. It's not a safe thing to do, to say the least, and chances are I would get destroyed, considering that I didn't play other things particularly well either so far. So I'll likely just leave it for now. We might come back to that idea later though. Yeah, basically I mainly have Logan just to do this because this gives her some social experience, and she likes doing that kind of. So we also get better trade prices later if she has higher social skill. Yeah. We can reduce his resistance. I don't plan on recruiting him, but this just gives her something to do. Because right now, you know what? I might as well make more research tables for people. Like, it's not amazing, but yeah, I think I'm gonna actually do that. I'm just gonna have people research stuff. While they don't have anything else to do. Trying to make a steel door. Good morning to you, Ghost Eye, and welcome. How are you doing? Are you currently in Japan by chance? Yeah, we're gonna also put some wooden floors down here. And we're going to make some wooden chairs for people to sit on. Torch lamp. And so, in case you guys have absolutely nothing else to do, you will be able to do some research in here now. Alistair just sits here to research anyways. Dude, don't do he just wanted to test out the new research bench. Because why not? Here in Japan, in spirit. Alright, that's fair. I guess it might be a bit cramped in here. Probably should have made it a bit larger. I meant to click on here. Underground or outdoors? Don't worry. We're gonna be indoors soon. Why did you go and research there anyways? But yeah, I think that's probably not going to help a whole lot, but at least I don't have to necessarily figure out what else I want to give these guys to do for now, while I don't have much else. Let's see. Wildlife. There's some buffaloes. Relations with the Union of Rene have changed from minus 96 to, or 69, minus 68 to minus 78. Natural tendency to reach minus 80 over time. Well, that's less than ideal. I could try and tame a buffalo, but again, the problem is just feeding it right now. If once I have a way to, like, feed the animals with appropriate things, it's gonna be better, but right now I don't feel like I can necessarily do that, because my only cook is the guy that is also supposed to be the researcher. Which is a bit of an awkward combination, really. But yeah, neither Blas nor... Well, actually, he at least likes doing intellectual stuff, so that's good. But Logan, well, they are on the same level. And because he is a slow learner, he actually learns it still slower than Logan. Let me just see, can I? No. Bad temperature, work speed penalty. Let's open up this door, I guess. Just put stove, butcher table in the freezer. Saves time. Putting the stove in the freezer seems really weird. Does the stove not emit heat? Because to be fair, there's absolutely no reason why the butcher table shouldn't be in there. I'm not sure about wood burning stove. Electric stove does not emit heat. That's weird. That's really weird. Also, we don't have another statue finished yet. Hey, only 21 work left. Hera's gonna finish this soon. Wildlife. We have plenty of meat still. And it's actually getting decently warm outside at this point. And maybe just having multiple researchers might be a good way to go about it. But I'm gonna put the statue here. Let's see, your needs. Up in the cold. They don't mind working here, I suppose. In fact, maybe might be a good opportunity for Logan and Blas to get to know each other, since Blas kept trying for wooing Hera, but it just never worked in the end. Who puts his stove in the freezer? I mean, yeah, it didn't even occur to me that this is something you could do, but it kind of makes sense in the context of this game. Let me actually see something. Ah, no, it's all just regular overhead things. Induction is a thing. Magnetic induction. I guess. Build complete, making large sculpture. You know... Gonna cut down a bunch more trees and make some more sculptures, because we can sell these. And we're gonna also install the sculpture, which, if I understand this correctly, the chance of our prisoner going crazy is reduced if his environment looks a bit nicer. All the blood in the freezer, though. Food will start getting contaminated with butcher's table in the same room with stove. We can fix that. What we can do... And mine out here, here, here. Then we smooth the surface of these. once we get to it, I guess. Pawns never clean their own mess. Yeah. Oh. Cantobi Covenant is raiding us. They will prepare for a while then attack. Prepare for defense or attack them preemptively. That's a lot of people. They don't have any ranged weapons, so that's good. There's 7 people though. Alright, Hera. I need you to insult it. Logan insulted Hera's relationship status. Wow, guys, you need to... Oh dear. You need to work together. Moving the wall. Well... Alright, Logan. And Hera. We're going out on a mission. Not sure where they're gonna be stopping, because they are gonna prepare for a while, it says. I get a thrombo when they pursue. I was considering it, but I feel like that might backfire. But I was definitely strongly considering that. Okay, attack this guy now. They don't seem to even retaliate for whatever reason. Wow. I had no idea that going out there in order to meet these guys... Oh, sorry. Hi, dead. They're beginning their assault. Are they now? I'm outside their aggro range, maybe. Eel is the only one who is not hurt at this point. Surprised they are not just running away. Boom. Oh, they're running away. Alright. You guys can just go and rest at this point. Okay, sure, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. And welcome everybody, I hope you're doing well. We're just playing some... Actually, we're just playing some casual Rimworld right now, basically. It's a colonist simulation type game. It's kind of pleasant, actually. Also, I'm going to say everybody except for Blas, no drugs, no drugs. Blas is the only one who is allowed to have drugs because he's depressive, ugly, and a slow learner. I feel like he kind of needs these smoke leaf joints sometimes. I mean, that's literally his trait. He has had a hard fate, so to speak. But yeah, welcome everybody, hope you're doing well. Our colony is actually doing a lot better than I anticipated it would after how it went yesterday. So yeah, we have 2 amazing archers that can seemingly just destroy enemies from afar without any trouble. And that's kind of all they needed to do. That's rough, buddy. Yeah. It is very rough, I dare to say. Also, our pig has, well, had the plague. It developed a full immunity now, and it is doing a lot better now. But the pig survived, but our, well, previous colonists, including Rump, did not. A shaman merchant from the Sigvaduera tribe. Sigvaduera? Alrighty. There's a lot of people. They might actually have some goods for us that we can potentially get or use. Also, it definitely is getting towards warmer times now, so our freezed or frozen meat might not be as frozen anymore for much longer. It's actually a bit of a problem. And plus, let's actually see, how does drug policies work? Manage drug policies, select policy, social drugs. For recreation. No, don't use these for recreation. Schedules. Use this drug at not a defined schedule when specific conditions are met. You can take like 2 smoke leaf joints to thing. For addictions. No, well, I suppose. I would like for you guys to not get addicted though. And specific conditions, what does it mean? Oh. Every day. 10 times a day. Let's say every 2 days. If the mood is below 30%. Do both of these need to apply? Usually things go bad if your addicted colonists aren't allowed to use. Yeah, but at the same time, while the withdrawal mood debuffs are rather severe, eventually that's gonna be gone away. Alright, so how does this work? Only if mood is below 30%, so if the mood is below 30% we will take it, but do both conditions need to apply or just one? Just make sure whatever you give him wake up too. Wean them off? Yeah. The only time I had a colonist join that was addicted to something was, I think one was addicted to beer. It took like 30 in-game days until she was clear of it, but I didn't have any beer anyway, so we just dealt with it. You think it's either condition? Okay, so that's my idea. Basically, if the mood is below 30%, I want him to take a smoke leaf joint. Because Blas with depressive, let's just consider it medical marijuana. Might be our best way to go about it. And Logan, where are you? Relaxing socially. Sure. Can relax socially by trading with these guys. Could kill the Thrombos now. Where are they? Oh, I think they're just about to leave, actually. Yeah, goodbye. Would have been a fair idea. Alrighty, what do they have? They have gold. Gold is useful for stuff, but not right now, I don't think. Similar with plasteel. Plasteel is very useful. Nutramine. I know you can make medical or medicine out of nutramine and herbal medicine. But I know you actually don't get nutramine otherwise at all. I don't actually know what else you do with this. Oh yeah, they have Mega Sloths for sale. Oh, we could buy a Mega Sloth. Oh, what does the Psychic Shock Lance do? A one-use psychic effector. It shocks the target's mind with chaotic images, blocking coherent perception, dropping him into a state of psychic shock. There's a risk of brain damage. It works at long distance and through walls. Oh, okay, but it's only one time. So it's basically like one of the psychic abilities, but just a one-time use. They eat a lot. Yeah, that's still the problem, isn't it? I'm really tempted to just go and buy a Mega Sloth here, but honestly, the big problem is just we can't feed them properly right now. They'll need time for that. Alright, in this case, I would normally just straight up sell all the drugs, but I think we're fine. What I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna buy the pemmican they have, because I'm a bit worried about our food reserves. Alright. That's fine. Big animals are really hard to maintain in desert/winter biome. Yeah, I believe it. I would usually just sell out drugs. Jagermoth 2020. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to keep them around so people can use them. Usually. But yeah, it's getting too warm and the meat is going to start spoiling now. Less than ideal. And there's not really a whole lot I can do about that either. Not until we research stuff. Actually. What are you doing? Oh, you're just going to sleep. No, you're viewing art. Hera is eating chocolate, I approve. It makes sense in the context of the game, okay? We're so close to the research being complete at this point. But I think the meat is going to spoil. But at the same time, we have plenty of pemmican to tide us over. And wildlife is also going to return. So we should not be too worried about that for now. Might be colder outside than inside. Yeah, it is. Plus, why are you cleaning over? Mining. No path. Oh. Oh, I see. You can smooth the wall over here, but you can't mine over here. Yes. Oh, don't refuel it. Sorry. I want the thing to be there. What I think I do for the freezer is create a double doorway so you don't have a completely open path whenever the door is open, sort of like an airlock. I like that idea. Do I need to have space in the middle of the door, or is it fine if I just have... Yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense. Logan is mining because he literally doesn't have anything else to do. Alright, now I would like for you to build door here. Wait. Ha, that actually works. I can't even... I guess that room is gonna be a lot easier to keep clean, huh? Let's also smooth the surface of this. And we can just build another door here. Okay. We're almost done with the research for being able to keep our meat fresh, but gonna spawn in 2 days. So likely not gonna be in time. I guess I could use passive coolers. How do passive coolers work, by the way? I did not even consider that to be an option. I figured passive coolers, like, just cool the room down to room temperature, but I don't actually technically know. But yeah, having some form of... like... well, I guess pemmican is kind of like a durable type of food. It basically doesn't spoil. It spoils in 5.8 years. This is why I make so much, or trying to make so much pemmican. They'll help a lot if it's really hot out. It cools stuff out. Like, right, I mean mechanically. How does it work on a mechanics level? What I'm getting at. How much longer are I gonna be here? 1.5 days. 1.6 as I'm reading this. Okay, the people are leaving. Goodbye. It can be a refrigerator, but not a freezer. Ah, I see. Fair enough. I was wondering whether each thing just kind of reduces the temperature in the room by a certain amount or so. I guess boars kind of eat everything, don't they? Also, how does this work? Master is Alistar. I would like for a master to... oh, need animals level 4 has one. Blast can do that. Electricity finally researched. I would like to make stone cutting next so we can actually make granite walls. And now that we finally get electricity, let's start planning here. Power. Wind turbine. Fun fact, you can have your wind turbine over graves and it's not being blocked by graves, and it actually prevents stuff from growing. That's what I did in my previous colony. I just had a ton of graves under the wind turbines, so it didn't have trees growing all the time over it. Alright, let me see something real quick. Fertility overlay. I do believe this is... fertility? What was the other one? Ah, this is where it's difficult to build stuff. Does have a certain overlap. Okay, I will want to build my wind turbines here. Probably. Like this, I mean. You usually put them further away from the base, because you're locking in your expansion capability. Well, that's fair. Then again, over here's not a whole lot of stuff to do. I guess we can build proper floors and build on the sand, but I was just mainly thinking it's relatively close for now. Graves do not obstruct, I can tell you that much. Trees do, on the other hand. We have to cut them down. Bushes do not, I don't think. But the reason why I actually planted graves here is just because maybe I'm just gonna put the wind turbines in. You literally can put graves all over this place here in order to prevent random trees from growing in these places. Yeah, that's what I did in my previous colony, because I got annoyed that I kept having to cut down trees. Alrighty, that's that. Now... guess we can just run the conduit through the wall here. Don't graves increase wealth? I have no idea about that actually. Maybe? Okay. This one no. Burned into ashes? I have no way of burning characters or people so far right now. No Molotov cocktails, or I think incendiary launchers would be the other one. So we need to get electricity over here. Wait, you can actually build that through smooth walls? I had no idea you could do that. Okay. Then we can make a heater and a vent, but we cannot make an air cooler. Uh-oh! What's the next research I need for that? I thought that would be included. Air conditioning. Ah. Uh-oh. Oh. Be careful about having barrels exposed to the outdoors uncovered. They will often explode. It'll be fine. For now. But that's a fair suggestion. But yeah, turns out I can't do that right now. But what I can do is we can have standing lamps now. Which obsoletes the torches. We're gonna build another lamp here. And one in every room. One over here. One in this room. One in your room. Probably stop fueling that fire. We can also start building heaters if necessary. The geyser here will still keep stuff hot anyways. Get the torch out of the freezer. But it needs light. Really? I didn't realize the torches would actually produce heat in this game, but I mean, I suppose it makes sense. Okay. But yeah, we don't have a freezer yet. We're not gonna get a freezer anytime soon. Because, well, we apparently need air conditioning. That's a separate project, which I didn't realize. I've only ever done a crash landed, or new arrival start, I suppose. That's okay. And yes, I'm fully aware, but I literally can't do anything except for steel walls or... these kinds of walls right now. So the best I can do is... need batteries. Yeah, we don't have any of these. The best I can do for these walls right now is that, until I research stone cutting. I could make steel walls technically, but steel also burns in this game like steel walls, so it's kind of not terribly helpful. Are you cleaning anyways? Nice, thank you. I was about to actually send somebody to clean over here. So the main downside right now is about this kind of setup for, well, electricity, is that we do not have a reliable way for electricity. Because right now, these things don't produce any energy anymore, or almost none. And the lamps, while they don't need much electricity, they need a little bit. Quest available. A mighty assembly. Duke Aurelius asks you if the refugee empire is requesting that you build a monument to reduce the feelings of thirst amongst the people. What now? The monument is the size of 5 by 6 and will require these resources. Any of metallic, wood, stony, 190. Alright. Sandstone blocks, granite blocks, limestone blocks, slate blocks, marble blocks. So that's kind of a problem. I don't really have that. After completing, you'll have to protect the monument for 25 days, and I have 14 days to accept it. I mean, I literally can't do stone cutting right now. The best I could do would be like deconstruct the limestone wall. I think there was actually another type of wall down here, but that's kind of scary to try and deconstruct that from materials. There are other ruins, maybe, that we would be able to deconstruct. I did not even check whether they had any good weapons. Not really. So yeah, I don't think we could actually necessarily fulfill that request. Mainly because we don't have a way to stone cut right now. But yeah, no energy right now. Guess why? We will need to research batteries. Where are they? There. But air conditioning, battery, stone cutting. It's going to be an undertaking. And in the meantime, our beef is going to spoil. Okay, how are you guys doing amongst each other? Let's see. You don't like Logan right now? Here's the thing. Blas really likes Logan as a friend. The other way around, not so much. Oh dear. Simple meal cost, dirty cooking area. Oh. It's not dirty right now. Well, I guess these simple meals might have been... well, dirty since... or well, yeah, been dirty since a while over here. But it's in its own room now. Alistair, please. We'll just have Blast clean up everything, reducing resistance. You know, you're not the one that is supposed to do this thing. You're doing the crafting now? I suppose that's okay. Quest available. Rewarded hostility. Pirates from the Anarchy organization have been harassing his caravans in the area. Leontias asks you to send them a challenge message to try to attack them. And they will attack us with 2 drifters, 2 scavenger gunners, ooh, and 1 scavenger thrasher. So that's 2 gunners. We could get a masterwork wooden meditation throne. Or some royal favor. That stuff worth it? I don't even know. I don't have anybody who can even use psychic abilities in any capacity. Should I accept this? Maybe for favor or something like that? We can well, actually, I'd rather not right now. I would like to get my defenses going, but for that I would like to also have stone cutting before I do anything else. I mean, I guess I could just build the walls out of steel for now. Let's see, where would I build those anyways? So we can use the planning tool here. So I would want to build like the walls. Something along these lines. We can actually build over here, this is fine. Probably all the way to the water, I guess. I don't know, can colonists, can they just move past here? When there is deep water and the wall goes to the deep water? I have no idea. And... you know, we could actually do it relatively simple, just... wall this part in. And then just kind of reinforce this part with also walls. Maybe only shallow water. Like if I command a pawn to go places, I cannot move them into deep water. Oh, this is actually shallow water. Shuttle arrived. Alright, well, we can go and do the thing here. Please carry this guy to the shuttle. Logan does not look like she could carry the that dude over to the shuttle, but she totally can. But yeah, batteries would be nice, so we can actually store the grid power. Oh yeah, need to move this a bit further over there, I guess. I mean, either way, we could just build up here instead. Well, then they can still walk over here. Which actually is fine, because they move really slowly in shallow water too. And then we can just funnel them in, like, from over here to an extent. Where they would have to walk all the way around. If they want to get in here, we can just shoot them from this angle. The question is whether they are actually going to do that, though. Welcome to Kirika. You just came in and wonder, is there a reason you place the wind turbines in each other's way? They are not in each other's way, actually. They are basically just far enough apart that they do not block each other. Otherwise, if they are blocked by something, it will actually indicate this here in text with something. Dirty cooking area. Yeah. We'll keep getting that food poisoning until those simple meals are gone. Let's see, how many tiles is this anyways? Would be... why does it not show the entire length? This is confusing. It does show the entire length. So 56 times 5, 250. For this kind of distance, we need about 3, 4 more. That's about 1,000 steel invested. Yeah, people get food poisoning all over the place right now. It depends on the height of the object. I'm not ready for these things yet, I feel. I really want to get the walls up first. Wait, why are you still here? Go away. Sienna joins. Oh, that's right. We actually did this for another colonist. I actually completely forgot about that. Because Logan joined in the meantime and we found Alice there too. Actually, I'm not sure whether he was here before. But hey, welcome to you, Sienna. She was the quest reward. Oh dear. You probably need clothes. He has chemical interest, so he might be the reason why we don't want to have drugs in our colony, but... oh well, you literally don't have any... clothes right now. But she is going to grab the wool parka of normal quality. Why do you literally... oh well. I'm not gonna question it, but this is definitely pretty unpleasant. She's not getting hypothermia though, so it's not that cold. It's just unpleasant because it's cold in the first place. Alright, do we have enough bedrooms is the question. I guess she could use this one? Or we could... oh, a cold snap. Ah! Well, good thing you came in before that. Welcome to the team. He's going to carry it or wear the button-up shirt, sheep wool pants. Alright! Is all the important bits covered now. And she's just gonna eat. Alright, first of all, assign. I guess social drugs for you are fine, that way you might not go in a drug binge. Cold snap means that it's gonna get colder. Rip. Let's see, what are you good at again? Your research speed is actually not too terrible. You would like to do plants, but we literally don't have the capability right now since it is cold since a really long time now. And it doesn't get any warmer, it seems. You have good construction skill. You know what, just having you research for now might actually the best thing we can do for you. Yeah. I'm gonna do this here. You like doing construction, so I will have that at a high priority for you. You will be growing and plant cutting if I order you to. None of these for now. Hauling and cleaning and researching. You know what? No, this is fine. Well, I guess you're gonna get this table here, or well, this bed. In fact, I'm actually gonna not designate this as a medical bed anymore. I'm gonna reinstall this over here. And boom, this is your room now. That way we can make this either medical or prisoner. Over here, and this is gonna be fine. Welcome to you, Sienna. I completely forgot about you. I'm sorry. Also, apparently, building a conduit over a grave is perfectly fine. So, how do I reinforce this area over here? As a matter of fact, can I build... wait. You can build walls over here? Can you build heavy walls over there? Where's my steel walls? No, okay, you can build wooden walls over these structures, but you cannot build steel walls because they're too heavy to build. Because this is a bridged area. Like, I literally built a bridge right there. You don't want multiple prisoners in the same room. Also, you need medical beds after a raid, which is when you get the prisoners. I mean, yeah, this is just temporary for now. Because usually I won't get more than one anyways. Are you any good at cooking by chance? Nope. Logan? Nope, 0. Our main researching in the cook is really not helping this. Well, at least you guys get to know each other, I suppose. How am I doing on food overall? I think we're fine. Basically pemmican. You'd prefer pemmican? Or is it just because you don't want to eat the simple meals because they cause food poisoning right now? That's fair too, I suppose. Either way, wanting to build the heavier walls. This is the furthest out I can build them. Which probably makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and this is... Yeah, I'm just gonna reinforce this area here. Just build like a second layer of walls outside. Once we have the stone cutting researched. Also, well, we still have plenty of research things. I feel like the multiple research benches is probably the best thing I could do. Inspire recruitment. She will successfully recruit the next prisoner regardless of difficulty or resistance. That sounds pretty extreme. 2 colonists idle. Make another large sculpture. And I guess we're just making another research bench then. Actually, no. Gonna make another set of clothes, just in case some of them are going to go tattered at some point. And... hey, visit this. We can also go ahead and... knock down some trees sometime. That way we get some wood back. Oh, how long have I been muted? I must have accidentally pressed the button. Also, Hera was the one who... Thank you for telling me, because that's literally why I put it on screen. Because I accidentally mute myself way too often. Either way, Hera is the one who threw the party, then immediately went to work on her unfinished sculpture up there. And the one guy who could have really used attending a party for, well, his needs here, kind of missed it. That face. Major break risk, yeah. He's in serious pain because of that. Thing. Actually, we could start making heaters now I think about it. That way we don't have to sleep in the cold anymore. That's especially useful for you. And... you know, it actually really doesn't matter for most people, except for maybe Logan as well, I guess. Yeah, I took out the campfires and torches. That was intentional. Because I wasn't going to refuel the campfires anyways. Okay, control by Covenant. Tribespeople. Looks like they want to use sappers to tunnel around your defenses. On to location. Alrighty, we have 3 melee fighters up here and 2 melee fighters up there. Alright. You two, we're just gonna dispatch of them. Unless you should just run away, my friend. Let's go for the turtle here. Boom. Okay, goodbye. Boom. Alright, and this one is actually down, but not dead. Let's see, he likes plants, he likes medical. He really likes melee. He's a fast learner, fast walker, trigger happy. I kinda wanna get that guy. Alright, we still need to take care of these guys over here, so let's start moving. And... we need the toque still. I guess we don't have enough wool in order to make toques. Sienna, go and capture this guy. We can kill them before... boom. I think this guy wants to just go straight through the wall. Dude, I don't have really defenses. Stop destroying my wall! Alright. Now, just need to haul them into the grief that I've already prepared, apparently. And... resting. Who's my medical personnel? I think you are, aren't you? Yep. You're not really... nobody is passionate about medical stuff, but you're just the best one at it. Alright. Tend to this guy. Nice to see more people in the harm parade. Yep, I do agree. You know what? No. We're not gonna give him any medicine. If he joins, he will join. But he's our prisoner now. Considered guilty, expires in 22 hours. Well, I mean, we don't know why they are raiding us. They might just do it out of necessity, all things considered. Because they just don't really have a way of surviving otherwise. Okay, the heater. What is the target temperature of a heater? 21 degrees Celsius. I guess that's fine. Especially for you, Logan, and especially for Blas. It's gonna be really important for them to have the appropriate, well, defenses. We would probably wanna... Oh, you can make park or toques out of... Oh no, you're making pants. I was about to say, you can make toques out of leather? No. Heaters need vents in order to reach rooms well. Well, I suppose. My idea was mainly just I want to heat up these rooms as a priority. And since I don't have any batteries yet, it's gonna be pretty unstable anyways. So I just wanna keep it contained to a small room, where they at least are gonna be pretty comfy. Build complete, pants made. Neat. We need somebody who cleans up stuff sometime. Also, you're done soon with this, aren't you? At some point I will want to replace all the walls with granite thingies, but first we need to get air conditioning researched. You know what, I'm gonna just have you clean stuff up. I like how he cleans and then just shifts over to the next research bench. Very efficient. Build complete, making large sculpture. Infection? Oh. Well... Don't strip him, I wanna clean. Let's see, the infection could be pretty bad if I don't use medicine. Pretty good tent quality, actually. I don't know how you tend to that without medicine. Also, his left thumb is shut off. That's probably our fault. He's also cold in there. That's fair. Hang on. I do wanna have a heater in there, and we're gonna make a vent like this. Cold snap is over. Air conditioning has been researched. Perfect timing. And now we're making stone cutting. What are you doing? Hera, finish this thing, please. Seriously. So, now we can make coolers. We're gonna make... One cooler is enough for this size? Question mark. I have no idea. Oh, well, I will probably want batteries before, I suppose. Doing quite excellent. Welcome to UXF. I hope you're doing well. Alright, you're finally not going to sleep in the cold anymore. But you're going to get rebuffed by Hera. Hera's taken. Stop trying, dude. Rebuff by Logan, at least, well, that has a chance of succeeding, I guess. It's really a hard fate to be ugly, because that's literally a straight... Your space Neanderthals are all grown up now. Just a little bit. You're doing very fine, that's nice. Yep. Not enough. So despite the visuals, there's not enough wind to keep the wind turbines going. Kinda wish it was like... more clear. Also, I guess we still have the volcanic winter. Lasted 16 days, which actually means the next day the volcanic winter is gonna be over. Also, first thing in the morning you're gonna work on the cooler, Hera. Because we're gonna have visitors in here soon. I could have technically built a cooler where it blows the heat into this room here, but that might be less than ideal, I suppose. So, and here should no longer have hypothermia. That's good. How's your infection doing? 30%. Immunity is 32%, so it's barely ahead. I may want to give him some medicine if I want to keep him. Why are you cooking? You're not done good at it. Don't cook, no. No cooking. The only cook we have is the other guy. Sorry, Blas, you're not allowed to cook. Alrighty, this one here we wanna have target temperature minus 5, I guess? But yeah, we need battery next, because wind turbines are good, but they are unreliable. Well, not particularly continuous, I suppose, is maybe a better way to put it. I like how basically the cable goes straight through here without it having to connect directly. Also, all research benches are occupied. Oh, well, I guess we can put another one here. In fact... actually, this is fine. Another one here, another chair here. And we now have 4 people who can research at the same time. Only one is actually kinda good at it, but... yeah, it works. Moo? Once we finally have the stonecutter's table, we'll probably just repurpose maybe this room here. Yeah, probably this room to be made into, hey, you guys are just gonna, well, cut stones. Oh! Okay, how much wood do we have? 600. Wow, and the cool is already broken down. And we need to improve or invest more components on that. But the research is really coming along now. I've never actually had more than one researcher in my previous colony, so this is quite interesting to me. To be fair, it is... Oh, nice, done. A pretty easy one. Battery next, go guys. Alrighty, now, I'm going to deconstruct only one table. I'm actually okay with them researching as much as they do right now. Speeding up the process by a lot. Until we have at least batteries, it's gonna be really, really handy. I feel like now that we have stone cutting, we may have made it over the hump. Volcanic winter is going to stop very soon. Because that was like 17 days, I think. Which in the end benefited me because it didn't spoil the meat yet, I suppose. If we had wind, that is. We don't have wind right now. Yeah, so you're not good at construction. But you actually like doing that. Oh, I'm okay with this then. We're going to create a stone cutters table right here. Reinstall this right here. Medical emergency. Oh. Ear infection, how's it doing? 78%, immunity 78%. Alright, do we have any regular medicine? I think best we... Oh, alright. When is it tending going to wear off? Alright, we're gonna give you one Glitterworld medicine. Turtle. Also, in the meantime, we have a bunch of people who really like doing the growing thing. We don't have particularly much fertile soil over here. Most is down here, which I kinda plan on, like, excluding, I guess. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna just exclude all of it, I suppose. It'll be fine. By the way, we're just gonna make a growing zone. Maybe I should make multiple ones. Potatoes are fine. Okay, we could also use a tool cabinet. A tool cabinet improves the working speed of production thingies by 5%. Not a whole lot, but hey, it's faster. Which we could actually use that for the wooden handheld bench too. So we could actually put this down here and this up here instead. Kind of. Hang on, we need to rearrange this if we want to do that. Oops. Let's hold that for now. Oops. Okay. Are you using... Wait. Alright. You get one proper medicine thing here. 100% tended. No. No more. And you should hopefully survive that infection. Not gonna be pleasant, but it's gonna be better now. Oh, that's actually gonna be real close. Yeah, we could make a larger room out of this in order to have a proper workshop. What I had in my previous colony. Then again, my previous colony had the workshop like in the middle of everything, and it was just too awkward to rearrange it, so I just didn't. Most of the ash has settled. Just foggy now. Food poisoning. Cooking area was dirty. Hey, we're actually managing to cool this down now. Alright, then we're gonna reinstall this over here. What? Oh. Hang on. Here, Hera, please do this here. And we can reinstall this here. And we reinstall this thing here. And then we can have a tool cabinet in the corner. Wait, no. The tool cabinet needs to be here. Where is the hand tailor bench? Hello? Oh, you're no. You know what? I might as well just put some art in here. Eh? Where did you guys put the hand tailor bench? Either way, here. What I would like to do is I would like to make granite blocks until we have like 300 for now. Actually, we need more like 1,000 for the entire wall. Oh, but it's going to do... Wait, I think this is wrong. Just do this like 50 times. No. By the way, where's my hand tailor bench? Am I blind again? Where is it? I would like to build a tool cabinet around here. I'm just gonna extend this. The corner above the door. Which door? Oh, there it is! Oh my goodness. I did not see that, thank you. We can just build a tool cabinet in the center. That's gonna be fine. And we put... well... reinstall the chair one tile closer. Sure. Don't just move it, just reinstall it. And that'll teach you not to have oh, that'll teach you to not have corners. I mean, I suppose. Okay, Blas is just doing what he likes doing, and that is plant. Well, actually, I don't even like planting stuff that much, but that's okay. Why are you building the tool cabinet? Hang on. Oh, you like construction. This is fine. Derp. Every time I look at it, this looks like pemmican. It's not pemmican. Also, hang on, guys. Shrink this zone. And I'm gonna make another zone here. Dedicated to heal root. Somebody can do that. I don't know which one of my colonists is that good, but somebody can. Oh, poor Blas. Sienna is so much better at everything. Do you have food poisoning? That's why you're moving so slow? Yep. Yeah, food poisoning. Also, you have developed an immunity to this. It's going slowly down. Okay. Make Tuga still a bill. Alrighty, so now, question. Crafting is what we need in order to have stone cutting. So, who likes doing crafting? Aside from Alistair, you don't count. You like doing everything. No, seriously, you like doing everything anyways. Sienna actually likes doing the crafting thing. So... aside from plants... yeah, actually Sienna is the only one who... aside from Alistair, who likes to do everything. The one that is probably competent enough. Also, she's probably my only character who can even plant heal root anyway, since you need a skill of 8 in order to plant it. Alrighty, I mean, we could have another planter, dude. But then again, until we have hydroponics and like indoor planting and gardening house, we're not gonna have much in the way of useful things. Did I just release him? Because I'm not really sure I have much use for you. Main things you're good at is melee and plants. I guess I could have used you as a crafter for just crafting stones all the time. I'll be fine. Yeah, how's your prisoner status looking? 91% recruitment chance. Let's try to recruit him. So hey, there's a mega sloth. Wild animals, just kind of that are randomly around, have a relatively low chance of triggering traps around them. Let's put this a little bit colder, because in case we run out of energy, because the wind turbines cool down, at least it's not gonna be too hot too quick, so to speak. A rainy thunderstorm has emerged. Also, if we want to recruit Turtle, I will need an appropriate place for him to sleep. In my previous base, I had so much marble. I was able to literally build everything out of marble. I guess limestone wouldn't be too terrible, all things considered. Oh. Wow, really? Did you hear me? Meteorite marble. That's nice. But yeah, we can expand this room here to be well closer. Inspire creativity. Alistair has experienced an inspiration. The next item, art or furniture he creates will be of 2 quality levels higher than it would otherwise be. This even allows the creation of legendary items. So, furniture or art or... What are you good at with making anyways? You're not good at construction. You're not really that good at artistic. But we could have you craft something. Wait, what would I want to craft then? Can't really craft a whole lot, can I? Make a war mask. What does it do? It's armor for the upper areas. Paint shock threshold plus 10%. No materials. Wood. Just wood? We could make a war mask or we could make a war veil. What does that do? Less good than a war mask, I suppose. Never actually used a war mask before. Let's make one. Alistair, sorry to wake you up, but I would like for you to craft a legendary war mask. That would be kind of fancy, actually. Ooh, what's up with you? You're sleeping. Oh, because you have food poisoning. You also have smoke leaf tolerance small. Blight on the heel roots. Oh, that's just rude. Yeah. Alright, so what this means is that we need to cut them down as soon as possible. Because otherwise they will like spread the blight over to other plants. The end is not really in a condition to do anything. Actually, if you can just recruit Turtle, that would be convenient right now. Nope. Alright. In this case... Oh yeah, another plant-to-plant cutting. Plus, oh dear. What we could do... Hang on. What's your training looking like? Oh, alright. Can we have you follow your master around? How does it... How do I do that? Follow master while the master is drafted. Follow master while the master is doing work. Hunting or taming animals. Oh, but we're not hunting or taming animals. I guess we should make the master somebody more like Logan in this case. But I also feel like our buddy here can just be in our home area and that's gonna be fine. So you get at least a little bit of outside area. Also, you're probably just going to go straight into the Pemmican reserves, aren't you? Still complete war mask. And you're immediately equipping it. No, no, I'm sorry, but you do not get the war mask. The war mask goes for the hero that has managed to keep the colony alive. Hera. How good is that thing anyways? Excellent. Alright, it's of excellent quality. Not legendary, but oh well. I don't know how far the light can spread, but I just hope it's not that far, because he's not cutting it down, first of all. Gutworms. Two of your prize people have gotten sick from gutworms. Logan and Alistair. Oh dear. Gutworms, you need like 300% treatment. So gutworms is not as dangerous as other ones, but it gives them considerable pain, as well as they're going to be a lot more hungry. And, well, you kinda need to tend to your gutworms now. Tending to Alistair, and afterwards you're gonna tend to Arch. Wait. You're allowed to use the better medicine for this, my friend. So... already tending to Alistair. Alrighty. You're allowed to use the proper medicine for this. What are you doing? Wandering. I guess you have nothing to do. Hera, while you have nothing to do, you can do some crafting. So you can go and make some stone blocks. You're not good at it, you're not fast at it, but somebody should just make stone blocks at some point. Let's see, health. 100% tent quality, and your tent quality was 99%. Nice. Alright, we will probably be through this in hopefully 3 days, but 4 is almost guaranteed at this point. How good is your royalty situation? Basically 0. Ashley, you have crashed. We're gonna save you. Like, we don't discriminate. I need a non-prisoner bed. Oh. Give me a second. And we're just gonna put a bed here. And you're gonna immediately go and do that. And in the meantime, Alistair, relaxing socially. I'm just gonna move you manually over here. Because you're the one guy who can actually tend to people at an appropriate rate. What's your health situation at? Bleeding to death in 8 hours. Let's hope that doesn't happen. You're good with crafting, that's it. You're chemical fascination misandrist. Ew. New recruit, Turtle. Hey, welcome to the team, buddy. I don't have a room for you yet. Oh. So you're just gonna immediately go and grab stuff. Actually, what are you gonna do, Turtle? You are gonna be a grower and plant cutter. We have a large field to tend to. And I'm actually gonna shrink this. No one. This one here gonna be cotton. I should have actually planted cotton down here instead. I don't need that much potato anyways. I really don't need that much potato. Alright. Era, did you... oh, you did. No, it is gonna be for medical purposes. And you're just gonna rescue Ashley here. Alrighty. Turtle. Oh, you actually like doctoring? What do you need? Yep, he actually kinda likes doctoring. Alright. So, you will have one in there too. Mind the passion for tailoring, smithing and crafting in general. So I will have you be a crafter too while you have nothing else to do. Is that the blight spreading? It is the blight spreading. Uh-oh, turtle. No. We need you to... do this, my friend. Welcome to the team, though. Also, Hera... bleeding dirt, sure, why not? We need to... actually make accommodations for our new personnel here. Kinda wanted to wait until I had the appropriate thingies, but I guess not for now. So we're gonna want to make a nice wooden bed and a end table and a dresser, and then we're gonna dig out, actually we're gonna dig out this area here a little bit further. We're also going to make a wooden floor. Oh, we can now make paved tiles. And fine sandstone tiles. Paved tiles, I believe, use iron instead. Are you planting cotton on... oh, okay, you're not planting it on the trap. That's good. You're just sleeping outside in the rain. I mean, I guess it is... this is your accommodation, to be fair. We're just not quite ready for that yet. Then again, I suppose he also didn't really have much else. Yeah, thank you for tending to her, because sometimes you just run away without doing that. Alrighty, what's your bio overall? You're trigger happy, which means you aim less time, and but you also slightly have slightly less accuracy, but you're mainly a melee guy anyways. So I will want to, after you rest, equip you with an appropriate melee weapon anyways. Let's see. I don't think the deterioration rate of these weapons matters in any capacity, does it? 6.04 damage with this weapon. 6.04. Nick was that good, huh? 6.27 with a steel club. 5.64. Steel Equa is 6.71. That's actually better. So after your rest, I'm gonna give you this weapon. And yeah, he's a fast learner, pretty much the opposite of Blas. Unfortunate guy. He's a good implant person, yep. Which is why I went so overboard with just all the planting things. Guys, seriously, you need to cut before you sow more things. Sorry to wake you up, but you're sleeping outside anyways. Just gonna manually cut everything in that case. I mean, it makes sense, because stuff that is on the left side has higher priority than stuff that's in the right side, and plant cut is further to the right than plant grow. Oh, I did not realize I could actually order stuff. That's interesting. Would be nice if you could drag these things and reorder them manually too. construction botched. Oh, yeah, you have food poisoning. That looks unpleasant. Alright, then we want to smooth the surface. Logan? Oh. That's why. I was wondering, why did you run away? Ah. That's why. Somebody please move this around. Okay, and right now it is warm enough that we don't have to worry about things. Ashley decided to leave and is no longer incapable of walking. But here's the thing, she's actually a space refugee. Well, I mean, I'm okay with her just leaving. Just gonna give her a little bit more health so she can actually move at an appropriate rate, and then I'll let her just go. By removing the bed, which reminds me, I actually need the hospital anyways. I think we're just gonna start building stuff over here. Which... we're just gonna build this into the mountain, I think. As long as it's not overhead mountain, we don't have to worry about infestation either. Good night, turtle. Nobody's researching right now. Kind of need those batteries sometime. But then again, I guess we also have other stuff to do for that matter. I think the boar is bored. But also, curious enough, if I send Logan out on a hunting mission, the boar would actually protect her. Or also when I draft Sienna. Right? Or Logan. Let me actually just test this real quick. Yeah, the boar is just accompanying her right now. This is really awesome. Sorry, I just wanted to test that. This is really neat. Turtle is not being bothered by this at all, it seems. The only time a colonist seems to be bothered when you open a door near them. I don't actually know how warm it gets during, well, regular times, I guess. Turtle is fully healed. Nice. Just expires in 12 hours. Yeah, not yet. I really don't want to deal with large groups of enemies yet. I really want to get those granite blocks done first. Starvation? Alright, I guess I see what you're choosing over... No, the problem is that he has gut worms. And these make him go hungry way quicker. So... while he just sleeps, he's literally just going to starve, in a sense. Or more specifically, like starvation means you're starting to get malnutrition as a negative thing. But initially it's not going to be too terrible. You just need to kind of get food sometime soon, let's put it that way. I suppose I could also make this into a growing zone. I'm just gonna plant... hey, grass here. I'm gonna plant some strawberries here. Raccoon setting quest. Prime Councilor of South Vashistan is making a request. She wants you to take care of 2 raccoons at Happy Grimer for 12 days. Scythe Trainer Stun. Well, we don't have any psychically gifted person right now. But we could accept it for the Glitterworld Medicine and the Jade. I mean... is that worth it? 2 raccoons is a lot of stuff to feed. Hello, stranger. Welcome. I mean, I think it's worthwhile trying. Pots arrived, raccoons arrived. Alright, welcome. We have Zatsuko and Jemima. And we're gonna assign these guys to stay inside, or well, in our home territory anyways. Squirrel sitting. Well, it's more like Trash Panda. Also, here's what we basically start having the problem of our researcher being the cook, because he constantly starts having to cook and doesn't get to do research, because, well... nobody else can really do the cooking. That's not true. Well, I was about to say, that's not true, this guy can... Oh, that is Alistair. That is my research guy. Ah, why are you also terrible at cooking? You did such a good job with the squirrels that you send you all kinds of animals now. Yep, we just need to make sure that the predators are not getting them, I suppose. A group of travelers is passing by. Okay. So, who of these guys? Actually, Logan. Your crafting skill is 0. Your mining, you actually at least, okay, at least you'd like doing the mining, so I guess this is fine. Let's see, the thing right now doesn't appear. Oh, there is actually overhead mountain right there. I'm gonna hold these granite jugs in as well, because we will probably need a bunch more to complete this entire wall. Nobody's doing the crafting. Let's see, who would be the most suited to doing the crafting for this stuff? You have a 4 in crafting. You have us. You. Why is it always you? Sienna actually likes doing the crafting. She's my main plants person. Low food. I disagree. But to be fair, we might want to go and send people out for hunting right now. Either way, anybody else crafting? Totally, you like doing the crafting and plants thing too. Okay. We may want to make 2 benches for doing the stone cutting. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reinstall this thing. I don't know, in here is fine actually. Then I'm gonna make a second one. And I'm just gonna assign both Sienna and Turtle to grow. I already did that. They just have lots of growing to do, I suppose. He could do research while stuff is cooking. I mean, probably. Oh, not in there. Alrighty. This is not for medical people anymore. Okay, we're gonna make a copy. Then we're just gonna copy the clipboard and paste. So we have 2 people capable of making granite blocks after they complete their plants thingies. Minor break risk. Turtle, what's up with you? Rebuffed by Sienna. You're already trying. My rival Asve died. Oh, who was that? I have no idea. Slept in the cold. Oh, right, I suppose. I suppose I could give you heater as well. I like this music. We need batteries indeed. Also... minor break risk, turtle again. Please clean this afterwards, Logan. Starvation, yeah. Your gutworms are hopefully going to be gone very soon. Okay, how are you doing now? Actually, what we could do for you is we could install a nice statue in your room, and you're gonna be a little bit happier than before. That's gonna be hopefully working out for you. Also, I think I will want to make another one of these. The reason why I don't necessarily want to have them like literally right next to each other and just kind of have them as a little bit of an offset. Zzzt. Okay, somebody please remove that fire right there. Oh, my strawberries! Right. Either way, yeah. This is just gonna be a thing that'll happen once in a while. Where the cable goes zzzt and... well, yeah. Hey, we have a nice day for once. Doesn't it look lovely when it's not all grey and white all the time? Colonist needs treatment. He's already doing it. I just needed to draft him and not draft him anymore. What about your gutworms? Are they gone? No. Probably only the second treatment so far. Ashley, I think you can move at this point. We're gonna reinstall this bed right next to you. Okay, Logan gets his gut wounds treated as well. Nice. Bye, Ashley. Stay safe. I'm not sure where you're going to go, but stay safe. So research almost done there. Okay, I like my team of people here. You know what? We're gonna also storage or store manufactured? Dogs? No. Corpses? No. Stone blocks. We're also gonna store stone blocks in here. The preferred quality. And love food. Yeah, we're actually gonna send a bunch of you guys to start hunting for animals. More specifically, Logan. Oh, Psychic Soothe, male, so all our male colonists will have a mood bonus here soon. And we have finished researching electricity. What should be my next priority? Probably smithing. So we can make Easy weapons for melee. Noble apparel. Royal apparel. What's that? Harps? Craft a harp, a simple stationary musical instrument popular among nobility in some cultures. Okay. Let me actually go ahead and start researching geothermal power, hydroponics. I don't know. Sterile materials, actually, that would probably be really good for our kitchen. So we don't get as much food poisoning anymore. Okay, let's see real quick. Oh, we kind of wanna... hang on. We don't wanna dig that out because infestation can happen. But... we can make batteries now, which is very, very important. One thing I've learned is you don't want to have batteries outside. Otherwise they're going to go zzzt in rain and stuff all the time. So, very bad idea. But we can finally have batteries. I don't think it necessarily matters where we store them, so I'm just gonna build from here. Technically we could also have backup batteries, but I'm not going to worry about that yet. I will worry about that sometime, but not yet. And one battery here. Okay, Hera is, I think, hunting. Yeah. What are you doing? Alistair. You don't get to hunt. You don't get to handle animals. You don't get to handle animals. You don't do construction. We have plant purse people all around. If there's ever some smithing, I will let you do smithing. No crafting for now though. Okay, I think batteries are basically our main project here. I would like for you to build the batteries first. Okay, I think we will need more steel sometime soon. At this rate. However, we also do have a good chunk of granite blocks, so we can start building our structure. A granite wall. We cannot build all the way out here, so we're just gonna build this probably over here. And the idea is that we want to build this all the way here. Oh shoot, that doesn't work there. Don't need to fill in the corners. There. Okay, so this is the beginning of our wall. And how do we continue? Any reason for me not to just go as close to the dirt as possible? Hang on. Makes it easier to see. It's already occupied. Accurate. We will reinstall this somewhere up here. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with the traps yet. Alright, so the lower area is going to get walled in. As a priority, I think. I guess I could have just walled... Hang on. Well, actually the main problem about walling down here is that I can't wall all the way to the outside. Alrighty, battery is now working. So let's see, I don't know how much energy we produce right now. Grid excess is going to be stored in the battery. If we have any excess. That's kind of the thing I'm not entirely sure about. Alistair, please stop vomiting. Wait, you're not assigned to cleaning? Is the lower wind thing connected? This one? Oh. No, this one is not. I forgot. No, it's not. It's just there. It's there to look pretty. It's not in the way. Ooh. Ow. Oh no. This is bad. Last time is over. Okay, what we're gonna do is actually we're gonna expand home area. So they go ahead and start putting out a fire. Just don't get hurt, please. Can only push out fire. I say push out fire because they just literally look like they're pushing stuff. You can only like extinguish fire in your home area, so that's why you kind of have to do it this way. To clear home area again. Good job, guys. Because otherwise we will just have a lot of vegetation being completely and absolutely destroyed and annihilated. And that would be a lot less than ideal. You don't need to kill the fire. Once a certain amount of the map is on fire, it starts to rain. Wow, that's interesting. I don't need to, but it's going to be a large patch of wood just gone. But that's good to know. That's really intriguing, actually, to know. The main reason why I like granite walls is because they are rather sturdy, and they cannot be put on fire. Well, yeah, they cannot be lit on fire. Steel walls can be lit on fire. Yeah. I have no idea how you can build steel or walls directly on sand though. But I'm not gonna question it. Alright, we want to reinstall our traps. I think further up here instead. That way we can basically fight enemies outside our base. In more or less clever ways. By the way, you cannot put traps right next to each other. That straight up does not work. The restriction of the game to not literally fill every square with traps, I guess. Because traps are really powerful. They do cost a lot of materials, but they're really powerful. Wild animals do tend to just naturally avoid the traps. Oh. You know what we could do? We could make some animal beds out of plain leather, I guess? Yeah, we were just gonna make 3 plain leather animal beds in Sienna's room. Wait, this is Sienna's room, not Logan's room. Also, this bed is a little bit in the way. We need to make a proper hospital sometime. Preferably near the storage space, so maybe just right over here with a door. Speaking of which, put a door in here. And let's go and hunt some buffalo, I guess. Because they already ate all that food. My largest colony was, I think, 5 people. So I'm really not used to how much food these guys are eating up. Also, my large colony, I guess, had 2 complete hydroponic setups with a sun lamp. So there's that. Also, do you have a weapon? You do not. Let me give you this one. Psychic Sooth Ascending. You have a great bow. You do not have a weapon, Sienna. What do you prefer, melee or shooting? You like shooting. Right. You're getting this. Have I seen a setup for trap mazes? No, but I think I know the concept. I don't think I've seen the setup though. Alrighty, Blas, here's the thing. You're not really good at anything and you don't learn particularly fast, so... Actually, mining is fine. You can do the mining. But aside from that, I'm gonna have you all and clean as the main priority. Oh. Oh, I didn't catch that. Well, there's a lot of stuff on fire over there. Right. Hera and Alistair are beginning their marriage ceremony. Neat. That gives a buff to everybody. Yeah, you're supposed to be there, Alistair. Logan is just hungry. You know what? Let's start cleaning afterwards. And Logan is too tired. Oh. I guess you don't want to attend the marriage ceremony. You're just making everything nice and clean. Spectating. And everybody who attended. You attended a party? Wait. Attended wedding? You didn't attend the wedding. Oh no, did I? Oh no, there it is. There, attended wedding. At the top. Welcome to your human story. How are you doing today? Okay. I think we're gonna build a hospital over here. There. Yeah, we need a bunch more these things. Inspired recruit turtle. Sometime maybe. But before that, we're gonna build a hospital over here. gonna install this bed over here. Marriage ceremony has finished. Yay. And we're also going to smooth all the surfaces here. And look, a turkey. Where's the food? Yeah, you guys are hunting only just now. Plays a lot, I suppose. I was wondering, there's not a whole lot of food left remaining here. Yeah. Yeah, I would like for you to start cooking. And clear vomit afterwards, I suppose. Oh dear, we really don't have much food left. Still hunting buffalo during the nighttime. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good too, thank you. I suppose I didn't put any doors into the walls. We can do that later. Maybe I should do that now. We're gonna put a granite door right here. Just one. We'll figure out more doors required later. Psychic drone low male. Well, good thing most people have attended the marriage ceremony, so we should be fine on that end. Alright, Alistair, I need you to make food. Oh. They will prepare for a while. A group of the Anarchy organization have arrived nearby. Okay, they have guns and stuff. Scary. Bolt action rifle, that's pretty wild. Range right there. I really need to get my defenses up. Core normal bolt action rifle. Pump shotgun. Alright. How does a granite door work? Rolling boulder? Nah, it's literally just a door made out of granite. You still have hinges and stuff. Alright, Hera. Logan. Let me actually check real quick. You have food? Alright, you're gonna... Oh dear, do you have any food? Why do you have Venice? Oh, you're training animals. Hera, do you need food? No, you're fine. Alright guys, we're going. Release the animals? The clips. Alright, we're gonna go on the hunt. Release animals. While this is on, mastered animals are sent forth to attack distant targets. While it is off, they remain near and guard the master. We have Triz, Roni, Rainy, Karatas, Mikey, and Sophia. On the other hand, we have Hera. And Logan. We can use this area here for cover. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh dear. Here I got hit. Right little toe. Machine pistol. Yeah, we managed to shoot one. And, no, not the rest Hera. Are you not set up for medical? Okay, you cannot self-tend right now. No immediate danger. No! Don't hit my pig, buddy! Rude. Oh dear. Right, Hera. Consuming chocolate? I would like for you to rest in bed for now. Reinstall this over here. I'm Logan. Already working on Spike Trap Blueprint. Okay. Pretty much exactly what I wanted. And turtle. Not a sign constructing. Alright, everybody gets to construct at least a little bit right now. Turtle. You do this. You're already working over there. Alistair. You're cooking food. Not a good idea. Plus, need to work with me here. Actually, you know what? Before you cook food, please clean up. Also, we need to tend to you. Okay, that is just straight up open. Alistair. I do not understand why. I can't just have you bed rest right now. Oh well, you're gonna eat chocolate first, I suppose. And hey Flufflo, thank you. And welcome, how are you doing today? How's it going? Resting, alright. Alistair, I need you to hand this one. Oh no, they're already coming? They didn't say anything. Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good at all. I need to lure them into the traps, I feel. What are you doing? Oh no! I forgot about my buddies. I was wondering what they were shooting at. fire? Yeah. Where is the fire anyways? Oh. Oh, you mean it. Okay, Hera, Logan. You go up and around here. Everybody else, go back in here for now. You go in here too. Oh, they're fleeing now. Okay, get out of the way. It looks like it was raining. Alright. I'm just gonna undraft everybody. Because we need to clean up. Actually, hey Logan. We need to grab these weapons from them. Oh, you're doing good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing quite fine. That was a bit stressful to say the least. Alright, we need to tend to you, don't we? Yeah, you need to rest. You're going to rest, that's good. Hera, you're going to rest, that's good. Logan, what are you doing? Burying? The bring? How good are you? Let's see. Left eye is cut out fresh. Ew. She's good at melee. She's a cannibal and kind. Caring and social and capable. She could do the cooking. Let's just capture her for now. Alright, Alistair, what are you doing? You need to tend to this. And I need to tend to this. Don't use the good medicine, please. In fact, none of you guys get the good medicine at this point. I guess I did provoke them to attack earlier. We need to complete our wall, so we can effectively have the enemies just funnel in on one side where we can just wrap up everything. Okay, she did make it outside. That was a pretty heavy hit there though. Kinda scary. So this is basically the problem with enemies actually having ranged weapons too, and especially a good number of them. "49% tended. Nice. Alright, Sienna, I would like for you to prioritize cleaning for now. Actually, I'm just gonna tell you to manually clean. After eating, that is. Clean, 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 clean. Medical emergency. Chris? Oh, right. Makes sense. Clean, 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 clean. Okay, how good are you at medical stuff anyways? Not particularly good. But she might survive anyways. Yeah. She doesn't have a left eye anymore. I actually don't really know what that does. Right. I don't really know what it does when you don't have a good eye anymore. Blood loss extreme. Yeah, I think we're gonna be okay here. Alright, Hera's fully healed. No. You only have a poor auto pistol. I'd like for you to equip this one. Diana, you have a poor quality recurve bow. I'd like for you to equip the revolver. Logan, you're fine. Turtle, you have a melee weapon. Please bury this one before we do anything else. Well, we were lucky that the fire went out by itself, I guess. Okay, this is the medical bed, and we're gonna build like 2 more. The same here. Okay, the wall down here is almost finished. We do even have enough granite blocks in order to finish the wall, so that's good. And so we start now figuring out how to... No. We now start trying to figure out how to build a wall up here. I could just try and... Oh, I cannot build the heavy wall here, I can only build a wooden wall here, that's right. That was part of the problem. Okay, we're gonna do this. And we're probably just going to remove these graves. Okay, and... Right. The catch is... Well, no, this is actually quite fine. We're just gonna funnel the enemies into this area here. So they can still approach from here, but this is kind of where we're gonna be placing the traps. Where's my... Oh. I guess because... Did you already butcher the... raccoon? Probably. I guess because we lost one of the raccoons, both of them are gone now. Oh well. I just realized it's kind of completely unnecessary to build it this far over. We can just use the natural structure here. Right. We want to reinstall the traps over here. Okay, what's the quest? The Forced Weather and Lang. A 62-year-old inventor named Hilda Lang is calling for help. She is hiding from a malfunctioning weather control satellite. She wants to flee and join you at Happy Grimer. She returns you, the weather will be a rainy thunderstorm for 10 days until the satellite resets. That's a weird one. But okay, maybe. She's a researcher, right? I could have a dedicated cook instead of a researcher then. Maybe that would be worthwhile? Should I accept this? I feel like I should accept this. Thunderstorm means fires? Yeah, it does. I think it's a rainy thunderstorm, didn't it say? Yeah, it's a rainy thunderstorm, so it's also going to more or less immediately put out the fires again, but it's just going to thunder. Why is it following her specifically? That seems kind of weird. Like, as if she created a sentient thunderstorm. What are you doing? Going for a walk. Okay. Eclipse is ending. Oh, we had an eclipse going? Let's see. Alright guys, we need to deconstruct these graves. It's not gonna be pleasant, we're just gonna resituate these guys over here. Also, while we're at it, let's just build some more graves, I guess. Okay, everybody is fully healed again. Okay. 10 days of rainy thunderstorms. That's actually rather extreme, honestly. Like, I'm glad if the storm is over after a short while. I'm really not sure about that one. Oh yeah, I probably want a door as well somewhere. That's fair. 40. Colonist needs treatment. Oh, you got worms. Right, you're gonna go tend to yourself. Oh. Only 0% quality tended. Well... I should get Glitterworld medicine again. I'm a doofus for not doing that. Your left thumb is shot off. Well, ow, right, that was me, sorry. With the legendary bows. Stuff. Wait, the other guy has the gut worms already completely gone, apparently. That's interesting. And these are hospital beds now. I would like to have another researcher, but I do not necessarily know whether I have the capacity to work through 10 days of a rainy thunderstorm. I'm just gonna leave it at that and just keep it gel, I guess. Also, there's a random turkey here. Let's hunt it. How much meat do we have left? Thanks to the buffalo, we do have actually quite a lot. The meals... I think they usually are good enough. Alright. Let's see. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and hunt all the buffaloes around here. Logan? I figured you would be better than that at shooting. Oh, how are you doing, Piggy? Wait. Piggy? Okay, only a little pain. Royal tribute collected from the refugee empires approaching. Okay, we do have one potential prisoner that we could give over. Nice. He does so much damage with that bow. I will also need a larger storage space, I think. So what I may want to do, turn this entire area over here into storage space. Sorry, lying. I don't think this is gonna happen. Alright, Logan, I think you're the only one who is actually socially adept. Okay, what do they accept? Nothing that we have, apparently. But never mind then. We don't have any gold. We also don't have thrombos around here, do we? Nope, we have a mega sloth. So what I think I'm gonna do, I'm going to put some more traps here. And that's gonna be that's a lot of steel invested into traps, so we will also have to well, hunt a little bit again. Alistair is basically a full-time cook right now. Nobody's researching. Good friend, the Alistair. Well, you don't get to shoot, my friend. Alright, however, you will need to mine a bit of steel, a bit more steel. Oh, there's actually closer steel right here. And we'll have just blast, probably just mine that out. This does not look like a most pleasant place to socially relax, or relax in general. I think I do wanna have another door over here. Oh! I did not even realize that they could also go around here. Ah. Do you think it's a good idea to burn up all your steel and traps? I mean, I still have 1,000 units. But I do think a good amount of defense is very important. Because I can always technically buy more steel later. But not if I, well, lose my colony, basically. So I do think this is the good way to go about it. In terms of this game's Dwarf Fortress influence, do you dig down on this game? No. There's a mod for that, but by default, no. Actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna build like 3 layers of bridges here. Okay, also our prisoners. How good are you at stuff anyways? Like, we would want to have you as a cook, I think. Probably. Reduce resist. Okay, we actually have enough food. And we actually can refrigerate the food, which is kind of a big deal, I dare to say. And we need somebody who's actually cleaning everything. You're doing the repairing, smoothing walls. Sounds like a good plan to me. I'm actually gonna have... Oh yeah, Alistair. How long until you can treat your gutworms again? 7 hours. Yes, Sienna. I would like for you to... do something like this. And you're gonna actually go ahead and do the cleaning. That's the highest priority for now. because my colonists really don't like if they are basically living in an unpleasant environment. So having somebody clean once in a while I think is rather useful. Also, Wallace needs treatment. He's treating himself already. Your gut wounds gone? Alrighty, your gut wounds are finally gone, which means we're gonna go back to regular medicine. Same with you. So you're gonna stop starving all the time, which is probably going to be rather nice. Okay, we have a basic wall built around our little area here. So that's gonna help us funnel in enemies from a specific side. Let's see whether this actually works. Oh, yeah. We can just build walls on top of this. The idea is that with 3 layers they are hopefully discouraged to try and dig through here. If they are digging through anywhere. A very nice wall. Thank you. I do feel like people tend to think that my things is, or well, my stuff is not terribly aesthetically pleasing, which I think is fair to say. Also, you go through here, keep the store open. What I may want to do as well is make more clothing. Solar flare. Alrighty. I think this is the first solar flare that actually matters. So basically all electrical appliances are now going to no longer work. That includes heaters, coolers and all kinds of things, which actually is a bit of a problem in our area here. Going to not allow the cactus to go in here until the solar flare is over. That way we hopefully don't have as much of a, well, freezer loss. The stuff is gonna spoil. Yeah, at this point it probably does not matter anymore, he can just go in now. You're sitting in the marriage spot trying to play the game of Ur. You want to tell me something? Maybe. What I could do is I could actually expand this zone here. Just use up all the space that we have available. Why are you planting... Hang on, I want cotton here, please. Solar flare is ending. Okay, it's getting cooled in here again. It's actually cooling down really quick, which is nice. Okay, the hospital is almost done with the things. We have room for expansion on the right side for that. And we're also gonna put a dresser in here. And that's an excellent quality sculpture. Let's just install it here. Wild boar 1 is no longer incapable of walking. Oh. Malnutrition severe. Oh. Oh. Who is responsible for this? Oh my goodness. Please don't let my boar starve. I would really appreciate that. He was a good guy. He absorbed some shots for us. Still is a good boy. Alright, how much did you... Oh, you mined out everything over there already? Wow. You know, a slow learner as you are, Mining is actually kind of pretty decent with you. That's nice. Okay, we have strawberries. One of the nice things about strawberries is that they can be eaten raw. Alright, Sienna, let's see, you have done all the cleaning, that's nice. I'm gonna reduce the priority on this. I'm gonna have you haul things as a priority now. Alrighty, you as a prisoner, the chance of recruiting is 100% right now. Oh, maybe I should recruit you. We do have a lot of granite blocks, so I think we can start replacing the walls with granite instead. Well, you know what, I'm gonna do that when it actually becomes relevant. I'm lazy. Granite wall. Okay, going to build a home right here and put all the things in there that just kind of belonging in the home, belonging in the home, belonging in the home. And also have appropriate flooring. Sandstone tile, we can have granite tiles, sure, why not? Bit of interface. Once we have this built, we're gonna start trying to recruit Triss. Triss is fully healed. Recruit. Probably wanna worry about other things too. Okay. We don't really get any research done right now because Alistair's either cooking or crafting. Also, there's not enough fuel on the stove. Also, now that we finally have meat and vegetables, we actually get to have Alistair be able to make a lot of pemmican. Now, originally we kind of made pemmican basically forever because the idea was because we kind of needed something that doesn't spoil too quickly. And now, I think if we just have like 400 units on when we, for example, go on a trip to go places, so to speak, I think it's gonna be sufficient to have that much pemmican here. I don't think actually, we probably don't need that much pemmican. Pemmican is useful for trips, but I don't think we need that much. However, what we can do now is we can start cooking. Wait, what's the difference between lavish and fine? 2 ingredients, 2 vegetarian. So that is 2 plus 2. Oh, lavish is just more. Okay, so we can actually make lavish meals, which probably makes them happier, or we can cook fine meals instead. I'm gonna just start making fine meals here. Instead of well, maybe not instead of simple meals. But I will try to make fine meals first until we have 10, and simple meals 10. I should look for a dedicated researcher soon. Yes, actually, pretty much this is why we are gonna recruit Triss. She's gonna do the cooking, and as a result, Alistair is gonna be our dedicated researcher afterwards. And a bit of crafter, I guess. We would need another crafter too. However, that's kind of the plan. Neat. We have this area sealed off. To my knowledge, you cannot go around here. Which also means we never get to these things there. That face. Okay. We have 82 compacted machinery left. That's good. We have dug out a lot of steel here. 2,000 units. Okay. Logan, what are you doing? Observed rotting corpse. Oh, where are they? Kind of wish you could go ahead and just click observed rotting corpse. Click and it will show you where it was. But, well, to be fair, I didn't make a particularly great effort to try and... probably these ones. To try and have... these guys buried properly. Buried? Buried. Since I figured hopefully animals are just gonna eat them. Eventually they will rot away, but it's actually going to take literal in-game years. Alrighty, Hera's almost done with this stuff. How good are you at construction at this point? Pretty good. 13 is really, really handy. We do not have any more statues, so after you're done with this, we're gonna let you make some more wooden statues. Nice, good job. Still complete, making a parka. Basically, over here, we're... By the way, the biome is called the Cold Bog. And... well, it's more cold than not. But also, because it's kind of like a swampy type area, it did say something along the lines of there's a greater risk for infections and such. You can get to the islands eventually if you really want to. Oh, interesting. Good to know. Alrighty, we have a dry thunderstorm. Fire over there. Eventually going to rain, I was told. Oh, that was really close over there. Then I think you're fine with falling slightly less priority now. Oh, that's why you're supposed to be taking care of the animals, but... wait. That's why you're supposed to take care of the animals, but I had you hauling and cleaning as a priority. Poor little boar. Also, poor buddy. You can run around everywhere in order to actually get food now. Sorry, that's... that was not okay. You still find the mask that the Hera is wearing weird. Well, it is a wooden war mask of excellent quality. Why does Turtle have a war mask? Either way, it increases the pain thresholds of how much they can take before they get knocked out in combat. And basically, Alistair had an inspiration for crafting something good. Oh yeah, it's just raining. Alistair had an inspiration for crafting something good. So... I just made a war mask out of it. Fire! Thank you for fixing that. Would you stop with the thunderstorm soon? Turtle has no longer inspired recruitment. Oh! Right. I forgot about that. Let's see, prisoner. You recruit her already? It's 80% chance. I don't really know how the percentages work. I don't know the mechanics of that. Low mood. I see. Also, we do have one sculpture. All is right here. Best available, Deep Emus. A baron of the refugee empire recently lost a scouting party to a pack of 6 manhunting emus. He wants to draw the beast towards you to be killed to uphold his honor. The emus will arrive at Happy Grind 4 hours after you accept. You can get a great bow masterwork out of that, plus a sandstone meditation throne, also masterwork. You can get an elite express plus 79 janes, or a small slate sculpture, that's difficult to say, with a side trainer, royal fair and chaos skip. I think we can take them on. Sure, why not? What should we accept it for though? Anybody have a suggestion? Preferably with reasoning. Even if you don't know the game, by the way, just say, this sounds fun. That's okay too. Like, that's good reasoning. Hero still visiting the grave of Rump. That Rump. Visitors. They seem to have a few items to trade. Neat. Not a few, not a whole lot of visitors, but yeah. Okay. It's raining now because there's too much fire. That's interesting as a mechanic. Oh. What's this area here? A marsh. Neat. You would go for the bow, but that's just because you like bows. To be fair, we do already have a legendary bow and another masterwork bow, so... You like the color of jade. The vest sounds good. You like the color of jade. To be fair, I like that too. And we could have another vest. Then again, we don't have anybody who has psychic abilities. Maybe I will want to start into that, now that we have actually some solid defense. But for that we will need to have like some more royal favor gathered on the characters. And Logan is the only character who has any particular social ability. Quick sleeper, hard worker. You know what? I think that's a good idea. Side trainer sounds neat. Let's do this. We are accepting this with Logan. Okay, which means we actually need you. Oh no. Those guys are outside. They're gonna get killed by the emus. Like, I don't expect emus to be particularly dangerous. But yeah, they're gonna arrive 4 hours after accepting. How are you doing, my friend? Okay, no more malnutrition. Sorry about that. We could try to tame some more wildlife. I'm not entirely sure what I would want to tame though. Maybe an elk. Emus are not dangerous. Well, comparatively not. They're probably really fast. Either way, Logan, we need to trade, or at least try. So, basically, traders that are in small quantities usually don't, well, have particularly much money or trade particularly many goods. So, I don't really expect much of anything here, but let's see. We can give you the cloth rivalware that nobody's gonna use. And buy some medicine, that's actually pretty good. Not really going to use the recurve bow for quality anymore. The awful toque. Ah, these ones are good. Okay, I like this. Wait. Bring the medicine in, please. So, Logan and Hera, you're gonna be my two people that I will draft for this. So where do they arrive from? Jump to location. From the left side. It did say 6. Ah, there they are. I might want to hide behind the guys anyways. Where are the emus? Coming over there. You know what? Let's just try to lure them over here. Maybe into the traps if necessary. Oh, Sienna! You really don't wanna be here. Okay, she made it out. Good. Not entirely sure what they're gonna do now. We can have Logan and Hera peek out from this area here. Sienna, you're gonna try and repair this. The problem is opening this door is going to be pretty slow overall. I want to peek out and shoot. Guys, I did not say go through. Come in more! No, 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 no! It is scarier than anticipated there would be. Hera? No, you come over here too. Yeah, they're finally trying to come over there. We're just gonna shoot at will here. Yeah, one emu done. Shoot at this one. Oh dear. Oh, we need to get out of here. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. Oh dear. Hera is in really not good shape. No, I didn't. My phrasing was probably wrong. My idea was more in the vein of it's not gonna be... I think we can handle them. That was my idea. How are you doing, Alistair? No immediate danger, just some scratch. Turtle. Health. You guys need medicine right away. Right leg torn off. Yeah. You're going to prioritize tending. You're going to rescue Logan. And we actually need a shelf in here. With medicine. Let's see. Cut scar, itchy, but I think you had that before. Okay. Good tent quality in you. Well, Hera needs a leg replacement now. To be fair, she's the one that would like to have artificial parts in the first place. But I also feel like we're not gonna get any bionic parts anytime soon. Your colonists can move around slower, but they kinda move around just fine on a baseline. Why are you sleeping on the floor? Uncomfortable, slept on the ground. Yeah? Why? Oh dear. Oh dear, you do not look good either. You might make it out of the map though. Oh dear. There's a bunch of emo legs, no problem. Right. Good thing we just built the hospital. Well, we need sterile materials and let's see. Hospital bed is here. For this we would need microelectronics. And specialized limbs. Field hands, drill arm, power claw? Interesting. But no legs. Never seen this thing before. They are not in the base game. Bionic replacements. There we go. In hardening. Love enhancer? Yeah, either way, we need to get to fabrication. And then we can make bionic replacements. Gonna be a long while until we're there. Until then, Hera, my friend, you're not really going to go on the hunt anymore. Prosthetics? Oh, wait, is that prosthetics? At least prosthetics would be better than no limbs. I feel like I've seen prosthetics at some point now that you mention it. Under mortars? I'm probably just scrolling over it every time. Fireform, gun turrets, prosthetics, there we go. We need machining. For that we need smithing. Animal disease, flu. Oh no! Stop! Alistair, you're already tending to the boar. What should we name our boar buddy, by the way? Wild boar is a bit of a weird name. Then again, apparently we cannot actually name it. Oh. Never mind. Also, you guys just put weapons here. This is not for weapons. This is for medicine. Okay, at least we have a lot of food for now. Alistair is fully healed, that's good. Oh dear. Alrighty, kind of hoping Triss is going to join us sometime soon, so we will have somebody to help us. Oh, Logan gained the freeholder title, and also a small sculpture arrived as well as trainer. Okay. Turtle? Sorry, you're sleeping, but I would like for you to hold a thing. And Logan... Use native train. Requires Psylink. I guess we don't have Psylink in any capacity. Yeah, you're gonna hold this one too afterwards. So Logan is now a freeholder. What does that mean? Logan and Hera equipped the most salty foods. I guess you can talk about things right there. It's kinda curious that both of our transhumanist frustrated characters are the ones that are our best combatants. So definitely makes sense to try and equip them with everything we can eventually get, but technologically we are still so far back in comparison that it's still going to take a long time. Good night, Turtle. Alistair, I need you to make some food sometime. I should have just let the emus run around outside and not allow people to go outside. That was kind of a mistake, really. Okay, and here's starting to make fine meals. So basically eating fine meals means that characters are going to have a bit of a mood buff from eating a fine meal rather than just a regular old simple meal. And that's kind of actually quite useful. A Yorkshire storm. A group of Yorkshire terriers abandoned or lost have wandered into an area. They seem accustomed to human contact and join a colony. How many? 8. We suddenly have 8 more animals. How am I supposed to feed these? How much do they eat anyways? I mean, I guess we can have a look. I don't have enough beds for you guys. That's not much meat. No, that's mean. I do not have enough beds for you guys. Oh boy, what am I gonna do with this amount of Yorkshire? The Proud Pigs quest. A dame of the refugee empire is making a request. He wants you to take care of 3 pigs at Happy Grime for 6 days. For 6 days? 3 pigs. They'd probably eat a bunch. I'm not sure whether I want to accept that, and if I accepted what I want to accept it for. Kill, kill, kill. Oh, we have enough food. We just have one guy that is very, 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 overly busy. Cooking all the time. I mean, what am I gonna give them? Actual question. Alright guys, what are we gonna do? We're gonna make animal sleeping spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus the boar. And we're gonna assign this bed here to Logan. So she's gonna have all the animals near her. Then we are going to make a new zone for our little Yorkshire Terriers. So animals inside, gonna include basically inside the wall, where you guys are gonna be allowed to roam around. But you guys are not allowed to go and be inside my storage room or my food supplies room. Basically the food. No! It's just eating the fine meals now. That's exactly what I don't want them to do. And we need to make stockpiles on here with important. And we just put pemmican here. Alright. Animals, alrighty. Everybody stays inside except the pig. You can just stay home instead. Okay, 75 pemmican per stack. That's 150, 300 total. So we wanna make 300 pemmican. So if you guys are hungry, eat some pemmican. This is gonna run in there everywhere and spread all the dirt, aren't they? Oh shoot. Oh no. I did not consider that part. This thing is blocked by the roof. You think you're blocked by the roof? Sure. I think there's a little bit more in the way. Some animals will eat the crops right off the plants. I'm aware, but not these ones. I'm just gonna deconstruct this thing, because apparently right now we don't need it anyways. Because previously we didn't have a second one connected. Oh, these guys are just going to make more. Transport pod crash, jump to location. Azaleon. You are from the Refugee Empire. He would be a researcher straight up. But he's incapable of done labor, he's a slowpoke, very neurotic, which means increased mental break threshold, but he arbeits fast. Arbeits? Wow, I should probably stop sometimes, so he works faster. And Alistair? Feeding fine meal to Logan. Alright. Afterwards you're going to work here. Yeah, I don't have robots to rename. So these are Yorkshire Terrier 1, I do believe some animals, if they nuzzle your colonists, they will just get automatically named because they like them. Guys, you don't go and grab the pemmican. That's silly. But yeah, Alistair is basically the guy, just rescuing everybody, medical care everybody, researching everything, and cooking. So if we had somebody else who would be appropriate for that stuff too, that would be handy. Visitors, they seem to have a few items to trade. Okay, Logan actually right now is not in particularly good health condition, so her talking skill is kind of low. Do you have anybody else who can do remotely social? Turtle, I suppose. Not the best, but he can do it. Why are you guys in my dumping stockpile? That's just weird. Alrighty, what do we have? We can sell the small slate sculpture. What do they have to sell? Also, we did get a bunch of cloth, so we could actually now make the other thing that I meant to make, and I completely forget what it actually was. What was it that I meant to make? Buy a component from them. There's something I wanted to make out of something that requires cloth. Yeah, honestly a rename mod for animals and such would probably be fine. Like, those are the little things that I think are kind of okay. What's a turtle? Oh my goodness, hang on. Oh my goodness, I just realized nobody is doing the warden thing. Okay, Turtle, you have a really high priority to do the warden thing. Because you need... No. Don't strip. Feed. How do I feed? You need food. How do I give you food? Alright, Logan, if I do resting. No, you don't get rest right now. What are you gonna do? Resting still. No. We need to feed our prisoner, guys. Seriously. Don't strip. Feed. Food. We do even have the food. Okay, we're gonna... Let's see, you have probably... You have 20 pemmican. What do you have? You have a fine meal. Alright. I'm gonna draft you to run in there. Gonna put that on the floor so our prisoner actually gets food. What are you doing? Cleaning trash? Alright. Honestly, I think it's better if we just set her free at this point. Visitors are leaving. Bye. I'm just gonna set you free. Reserved by Hera? Wait. Why strip? Oh, releasing. Alrighty. Hera is now going to move at 50% speed pretty much the entire time. So, yeah. I'm really hoping that this guy here is going to join us. That would be pleasant. We do need a lamp. So what are we gonna do? Let's just lead this thing further over here. And make a lamp in here. You normally don't keep animals? Yeah, animals are very, very inefficient in terms of a food source. But they do have other, like, useful traits. But considering how quick these guys consume the pemmican, I do not think we can keep them fed, honestly. I think it's gonna be more reasonable to... Hera is fully healed, minus one leg. Oh dear. Kind of hoping that you might join us. You're a slowpoke, so you're gonna kind of move slower anyways. But you work faster. And he could be my researcher. You can't breed them? We can breed them. In fact, that's what they do automatically without me being able to do anything about it. Hey. Farah, turtle, named Yorkshire Terrier 5, Fiona after being nuzzled. And a brave from Zigodera tribe is passing by. She's named Fox. Hi Fox. Hope you're doing well. Don't get rained too much. Oh dear. That was not a good place for a prisoner. Huh. Alright, the Yorkshire Terrier 3 is now named Allegro. So basically, our cactus getting nuzzled, they actually get a little bit of a mood buff from that after getting nuzzled, so it's actually kind of nice to have those little creatures. That's what I mean. They also have other uses aside from, well, basically it's just eating food, or potentially, oh no! Alright, Blast is already taking care of them. And... Alastair? Not hit target? Why hit target? Did you guys take care of the... Oh, the other one is over here somewhere. They're probably not going to... Honestly, considering that the plague can spread, I think it's better for us to just make sure it doesn't spread. Sorry, little buddy. Oh. Plague is very mean, and unless we actually use medicine, it's unlikely that we will get it removed. I wonder whether the plague can spread through us eating the little Yorkshire Terriers now. So how much food do you need? How much was that? They only eat 2 units of food every day or something like that from pemmican. Then I guess we're gonna be fine. Dogs can be worth it since they can haul. Yeah, those little guys, they can't haul. We can make them guard cactus, however. That is an option. Okay, Blast and Logan are now just doing some research along the way because Alastair just doesn't have time for it. Okay, what's your... Luxuriantly comfortable, somewhat impressive dining room, somewhat impressive hospital, slept in the cold, intense pain. Slept in the cold, we can fix that. Oh dear. Will complete making granite blocks. Interesting. Oh, not sure what else to do with you guys now. To be completely honest. We can just remove this dumping stockpile. And I suppose make more stuff here? Actually, what I should do is I should make a large structure there. That is gonna be basically my secondary deposit for things that don't need to be like immediately in reach, so to speak. Warmonax, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. Yeah, let's see, 75 and you're eating, and this is gonna take 5. I guess this is quite acceptable. Do we have a door in here somewhere? I think I built a door in there somewhere. There it is. You want to have animals, chickens and buffaloes, animals and milk? Yeah. What can you do? I guess you could also do some more research if you want to. I keep looking at this spot and I just keep thinking, that's the perfect spot for another research bench. I'm actually gonna just eventually do it. Either way, Hera? You can do research if you have nothing else to do. In fact, instead of hauling and cleaning, I'm just gonna have you researching. I think that just makes more sense because you're not particularly moving around particularly fast. Yeah, Buffalo gives wool, which is quite nice. You are from the Refugee Empire. You're probably not going to join, are you? Would be kind of nice to have a researcher dedicated. Alistair at this point is just cooking the entire time. West. Guarding for Probo. Alexius Probo, a count of the Refugee Empire, has been caught in bed with the wrong person. Alrighty. Kind of like the previous one. So 24 days. We need to defeat 2 lancers and 4 pikemen. I think that are actually mechanoids or mech enemies, and that sounds rather dangerous. And we need to defeat 4 raids and host him for 24 days. Yes, this is still the Grump colony. Grump died from the plague before we actually got our Glitterwelt medicine. Alongside her husband, Griff at the time. I'm gonna make a dumping stockpile out here for rotten bodies mainly. I guess that's one of the downsides of having a better pain threshold than other characters. She basically took so much damage to the leg that it eventually just was gone. Alright, either way, something I wanted to make. What was it? Oh yeah, I wanted to make a pool table in the recreation. That's right. What are you doing? Researching? I would need material wood. Oh! There are materials completed. Okay. Good. Now we are trying to get to the prosthetics as quick as possible, which means we need anything next. Alright, sterile materials. I think that basically allows us to make like a sterile tile, which requires silver and steel. It's useful for both the place over there as well as the place over here. Words, I'm lacking them. Both for the kitchen as well as useful for the hospital. Also, we're lacking wood, so let's go and catch some trees before they run away. I said catch accidentally instead of cut, so I just ran with it. Because trees are gonna run away. Okay. Okay, no more wind right now, which is why we're running on batteries, I suppose. Also, I meant to actually finish like 40 minutes ago. Either way, it looks like we managed to recover from an almost defeat. I made a mistake and lost Hera her leg, to say the least. At least she's gonna be happy when she has an actual replacement part, because that's how it works. We have a bunch of Yorkshire Terriers, 6 remaining at this point. We're gonna eat a lot, and we will need a dedicated cook. And I kind of hope that you're gonna be joining us, but at the same time I kind of have the slight suspicion that you're just gonna walk away instead. It will be great, actually. Bulk goods trader from South Washistan. Alright, maybe you have something interesting. Also, I think what I also will want to make is some more large sculptures. And what is a nice looking material? Like if I make a sculpture out of granite, is there better material that we have access to, I wonder? Should I make it out of limestone, maybe? I know obviously marble is really nice in terms of just kind of looks overall. So we could make a bunch of limestone instead. So let's actually make limestone blocks. Like... what? Oh, I still have the granite blocks copied. And Logan? That's right. Because I may want to just make a bunch of statues to trade in the long run here. Hey, we can sell our Yorkshire Terriers. That might actually not be a bad idea. Because I don't have my food stuff streamlined yet. And I don't really have much use for them. They probably have a better life if we just give them over there. So what else could we get from you? We have a marble table, cloth double bedroll. Could sell the wooden large sculpture, which is excellent. This is why basically we transform wood into something that we can sell. It's actually kind of decent. Let's see. A cloth corset. An embroidered corset with strong wire support to maintain a ladylike shape, appropriate for middle upper rank and noble women. I guess we would need that. That's something like that. There's a flak jacket. We may want to have one of these. It's generally defensive equipment, to say the least. Sell the cloth toque, that is a poor quality. I do not really have any use for those little sets of skins and leather. I only have small quantities remaining. We're gonna get a lot more cloth, so maybe I want to sell that, but then again, what am I gonna buy instead? We can get guinea pigs. I feel like that would have to pretty much the same problem, except that at least I guess guinea pigs are gonna eat grass, which is good because they can just feed themselves to an extent, but it's also bad because they're just gonna eat my crops unless I don't let them get there. I think there's a top hat. I want a top hat. Either way, I think I want to go and get a flak helmet and a flak jacket. Now we'll probably go ahead and sell a bunch of potatoes because we don't really have a way to use that many potatoes. But basically the flak jacket is gonna give us a bunch of defense overall, so I hope that's gonna help. I'm also basically going to take all his silver that is remaining. We're gonna give them the Yorkshire Terriers along the way. And Logan, where is it? I want you to equip this bow. And Hera, where is the Masterwork bow? Basically Logan is gonna be our main archer at this point. You're going to put the flak jacket and the steel flak helmet. And you should be a lot better protected now from basically anything. Oh, I forgot that turtle could go anywhere. It's fine. Also, I think ever since we basically had Blas get a dedicated recreation time during the day, he didn't have any mental breaks anymore. Then again, our quality of life has improved in different ways too, for that matter. You can click the number in the chain. Right, but I'm too lazy to figure out how much I need to exactly go for. Okay, I hope the Yorkshire Terriers have a pleasant day over there. And we have a pool table now. Nice. And I'm gonna allow you to make small sculptures out of... Okay, this is only Hera. Nobody else. You're gonna make these out of... You know what? Any stone block you can find, maybe? No. I think limestone. Marble. Sandstone are gonna be the ones. That way Hera gets to do what she likes to do and we get to sell some stuff eventually. That's the plan anyways. Alrighty. Just gonna wait until your scratch is gone and see whether you may or may not join us. .9, 6.7. Scratch is slowly going away. I haven't read the message that he's going to leave us at any point, but then again, there's a lot of things I haven't exactly read also. We're gonna shrink this zone here for one pile of pemmican only. The idea is basically that they hopefully grab the food from over here. And Alistair literally doesn't get to make enough food. Speaking of enough food... Oh, I guess we don't really have much in the way of food anymore. Okay, let's go and hunt the buck. Logan, that's your job. I would prefer if you were to go and hunt something. Nope, he's gone. Alright. No dedicated researcher for us. I kind of figured because they don't usually join when they have already an empire thingy here. Oh well. That's okay. Well, we get good relations because he has left the map healthy. Alright, you're gonna hunt this one afterwards as well. You're leaving. Bye. I guess we do have enough food still. Alistair just doesn't have enough time to make more. Also, I'm going to reverse this now. Pemmican has actually the lowest priority out of all the food. Because it is the... well, it takes the longest to make. Also, another thing I should do here. I'm going to tell you that when you make the stuff, I would like for you to drop it on the floor. That way you don't have to run around yourself anymore and you can just literally go and make the next food and somebody else is going to hold the things. Either way, I was curious whether he might join us. I figured he wouldn't, but then again I did not know. There's that. I'm gonna expand this here. Gonna copy the settings, paste the settings, and basically we will have now another stockpile if we ever need it. By the way, the pillar in the center is because the roof can only stretch out so far from a wall until it, well, is no longer going to be able to well, support itself basically. That's the idea. Either way, everybody, I think this is it from me for today. And thank you so much for watching, for listening and for lurking. Don't rate the new story. There we go. And well, I hope you enjoyed your stay. Thank you so much and take care. I like this game.